Jia Rong put on a flattering smile and said, "Young Master Yun, what do you want from me?" Yun Xiao pointed to Lu Yao and said coldly, "She is my friend." Lu Yao was caressing her throat. She had a feeling that it was almost broken, and there was a streak of a purple bruise on her fair skin, which was pitiable to look at. Jia Rong froze for a moment, then stepped forward without saying anything. He raised his hands above his head while bowing deeply and said sincerely, "Miss Lu Yao, I was reckless. Please accept my apology." Taken aback, Lu Yao waved her hand in panic and stepped aside, quickly pulling Jia Rong up. She wanted to say something, but then felt a pain in her throat and began to cough violently. Ji Meng had a bitter face. "If only these alchemists could treat me like this." Jia Rong took out a milky pill from his ring and handed it to Lu Yao. "This pill can promote blood circulation and dissolve bruises." Lu Yao refused to accept the pill, so it was Jia Rong's turn to panic, and he desperately stuffed the pill into her mouth. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and looked carefully at Yun Xiao's face. After witnessing Yun Xiao refining pills and a mystic weapon, Jia Rong had elevated his position in his mind to the same level as the Holy One of Alchemy, a supreme guru. Since he began to cultivate in seclusion, he pondered hard about Yun Xiao's explanation to Zhang Qingfan and Su Han, and soon had a vague feeling that he was about to break through into the second tier. He was extremely shocked and delighted. However, at this critical moment, his cultivation was interrupted by Lu Yao. One could imagine how angry he was. If it were not Yun Xiao who was looking for him, the Alchemist Association would have exploded by now. "You are more gifted than I imagined. I didn't expect you to break through the second tier so soon. Your future achievements will definitely be greater. I'm going to refine a log of medicinal pills this time, so I need your help." "Refining pills?" Jia Rong's eyes burst into light as he said excitedly, "What raw materials do you need?" "I'll get them all ready. I have all the raw materials ready. This refining may take a long time. Find me a training room first, as I need to settle Ji Meng." Many alchemists were also warriors. Although their achievements in martial arts were relatively low, they also needed to cultivate in seclusion, so there were many training rooms in the association. Jia Rong chose the largest one for Ji Meng to use. In the training room, Yun Xiao walked to a wall. After pondering for a brief moment, he took out his black girl and held it high before slashing it down against the wall. His sword styles were wide open, fierce and sharp. The walls of the training room were all made of hard black iron, but every strike he made took away a piece of iron with sparks flying out in all directions. Soon, small characters appeared one by one in neat rows. Those small characters were exquisite and beautiful, carved out one by the rough big sword like flowers blooming. The sword styles were powerful and fierce, but they managed to produce such lifelike, delicate handwriting. Ji Meng was deeply shocked by the sharp contrast between two decisively different styles appearing under one man's sword at the same time. Jia Rong was also a one-star warrior. Although his understanding of martial arts was not profound, he could feel the uniqueness of Yun Xiao's sword styles. He held his breath and did not dare to disturb. A moment later, a poem was carved on the wall, the characters of which looked like blooming flowers. In the Peach Blossom Land there is a peach blossom plot. A peach blossom lover lives in a peach blossom cot. The peach blossom lover plants peach trees in days fine. He sells his peach blossoms for money to buy wine. With the appearance of the poem, a place full of peach blossoms suddenly emerged in front of the two men. They felt as if they were suddenly under peach blossoms falling from all over the sky. Yun Xiao seemed to be very satisfied with his work as he smiled and said, "Ji Meng, if you still can't comprehend the higher artistic conception of peach blossom from this poem by the time I finish my cultivation, it proves that you are not gifted, and you won't have to follow me again." After he had finished speaking, he did not wait to hear Ji Meng's answer. Ji Meng was completely immersed in the strokes that contained the amazing sword intent, and peach blossoms were in full bloom over his spiritual altar. He could no longer hear Yun Xiao. All of a sudden, he sat cross-legged down and began to rotate his primordial qi, falling into deep thought. Jia Rong said in astonishment, "Young Master Yun." Yun Xiao shook his head slightly. "Let's go." It's time to do our own thing. They closed the door of the training room and went back to the place where Yunxiao had refined the black girl. This time, Jiarong gave a very strict order, that was no one was allowed to disturb them even if the king died. His rebellious order startled Lu Yao, but she nodded and passed on the order nonetheless. After Liang, when you learned about this, he sent 4 martial masters to guard the door for them, just in case. Yunxiao walked around the refining room and chose several tough cauldrons, tapping them a few times to show that he was satisfied. Last time, he had blown up an excellent cauldron. If it were other alchemists, they would have been asked for compensation. But instead of scolding him, Zhang Qingfan and Su Han took the damaged cauldron to study. We'll use these few cauldrons. Let's make the first batch of pills, said Yunxiao. Your job is mainly to learn, but you will take over when my soul power is exhausted. I don't expect you to do much, but I need you to do all the odd tasks for me. Upon hearing that his main job was to learn, Jiarong's eyes lit up and he said hastily, Odd tasks are good. I like to do all the odd tasks for young Master Yun. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and sent a stream of divine sense into the divine realm tablet in his dantian. Suddenly, a beam of light flowed over the tablet and then rushed to his eyebrows. A third eye seemed to appear between his 2 eyes, from which came shooting out a beam of light. In just a flash, the whole refining room was filled with various materials. Jiarong was taken aback. Staring blankly at the roomful of things, he exclaimed in horror, Young Master Yun, you didn't empty the association's inventory, did you? These things are from the Li family's vault. I've moved them all here. We will use what we need, and I will return them to their original place when we are done. Jiarong clicked his tongue secretly. The Li family was the #1 leader in Tianshui's military, but Yunxiao had emptied its vault. As his mind wandered, Yunxiao said in a low voice, Some of the medicinal pills I'm going to refine this time are things of pure yang. With my current soul power, I fear that I cannot control the whole process. Even if a person's skill is excellent, it is absolutely impossible to replace the role of soul power. Therefore, the first thing we have to do is to advance to the second tier of alchemists. You and I both need to advance. Jiarong put on a straight face. His flattering appearance suddenly disappeared, and his eyes flashed with the light of an alchemist. Understood, young Master Yun, he answered loudly. Good. Yunxiao was very satisfied with his attitude. But before that, I'll have a cup of tea. Jiarong. While Yunxiao was cultivating in seclusion, a major event occurred in Tianshui. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Chunyang, who everyone thought was controlled by Li Yi, suddenly appeared. Not only did he regain the power of the family, but also declared Li Yi a spy of the enemy state. He issued a statewide killing order, and swore that he would kill anyone who sheltered this man. His high-profile comeback had cheered up the military circle of Tianshui, which had been in the doldrums, as if it had been re-injected with vitality. Military figures began to appear frequently and actively in the court, making everyone speculate. In addition, Li Chunyang also took the opportunity to root out Li Yi's accomplices and confiscate the property of several court officials in the capital. These court officials were all those who supported Li Yi and suppressed the Li family during his absence. Several of them were beaten to death while trying to stop the Li family from ransacking their mansions, and their bodies were fed to the dogs. This had completely shocked all other officials in the court. For a moment, people were in a panic. In the beginning, many powerful officials requested the king to impeach Li Chunyang. However, after the bodies of the killed officials were dragged to the market and fed to the dogs, the whole court immediately quieted down and no one dared to say another word. The whole state seemed to acquiesce in his misbehavior, allowing him to beat all his political opponents and confiscate their properties until the matter gradually subsided. But the main character of the whole incident, Li Yi, seemed to have disappeared completely, never to be seen again. In the Prime Minister's residence, the Lan family's courtyard, the current chief advisor of the state, Prime Minister Lan Hong, was sipping tea and listening to the report given to him by his men. The Deputy Minister of Rights, Zhang Baisheng, had 7 family members killed and was robbed of 7 million gold coins worth of property. Among those killed were his 6th concubine, one of his nephews, and 5 servants. 23 people were seriously injured with either their arms or legs broken, and hundreds were slightly injured. Zhang Baixing himself had his left leg broken. A well-dressed man beside Lan Hong, his eldest son and also Lan Xian and Lan Fei's father, Lan Guang, said angrily, "Father, do we just let that old codger act arbitrarily and kill all the loyal officials of the court at will? Does he mean to revolt?" Lan Hong put down his cup and said with a smile, "Lan Guang, you are still too short-sighted and cannot see the facts. If Li Chunyang really wanted to revolt, he wouldn't have made such a scene. Right now, he is just picking up some flies and ants to fight. It doesn't matter at all. Is he just venting his grievances about his imprisonment?" Lan Hong snorted coldly and looked at Lan Guang contemptuously. "Do you really think this old codger is so easy to be imprisoned? He had most likely turned Li Yi's trick to his own use and deliberately hidden for a period of time. With that, he could see the current situation clearly and, at the same time, find out the enemies of the Li family who were hidden in the dark. Oh, he also took this opportunity to make some money. Over the past few days, I reckon he must have obtained hundreds of millions of gold coins by confiscating the property of his political opponents." "So much?" Startled, Lan Guang blurted out. "Why didn't His Majesty do anything to him?" "His Majesty?" "Humph," Lan Hong said coldly. "His Majesty is too old to do anything. Moreover, he is also waiting. He wants to see what Li Chunyang is really up to. If I am right, Li Chunyang will turn over more than half of the money he has collected to the state treasury by the day after tomorrow at the latest." It dawned on Lan Guang at last, and he said, "I understand now. Over the years, the Li family has been suppressed by His Majesty, especially financially, which has caused them to make ends meet every year. He is taking the opportunity to refill his family's treasury. But hundreds of millions of gold coins is really a horrifying figure. If he doesn't turn over half, how can His Majesty rest assured?" Lan Hong took a sip of tea. His eyes became more and more cloudy as he muttered to himself, "Why did this old codger jump out at this time? Has he seen the situation clearly? How? Why can't I see it? Father, the situation you mentioned, could it be?" Lan Hong raised his hand to interrupt him. "For what do you think His Majesty has allowed him to misbehave?" "For the gold coins," he said coldly. "Humph. Haven't you noticed that among those people Li Chunyang dealt with, apart from those who have resentment with the Li family, the rest are all from Prince Qinyang's faction?" Shocked, Lan Guang stood up from his seat as he said gravely, "Do you mean Li Chunyang has taken sides? Didn't he support Prince Qinyang before?" "He used to be in favor of Prince Qinyang, that's all. At our level, if the situation is unclear, we will not easily choose sides. Moreover, the decline of the Li family is an indisputable fact. The incident of Li Yi is the best touchstone for the Li family. Once Li Chunyang falls and Li Chongfeng is suppressed, the Li family will definitely fall apart. Li Chunyang saw the situation clearly, and so did His Majesty, so he should not have chosen sides so hastily. What the hell is he thinking? Has he gotten any information we haven't?" Lan Guang was also puzzled. Prince Qinyang should have a better chance of winning, and that's what people want. After pondering for a moment, Lan Hong said, "Could it be that he wants to put all his eggs in one basket? If he helps Qin Yu succeed in his accession to the throne, he will undoubtedly be the greatest contributor, and the Li family will continue to prosper for hundreds of years. Humph, Li Chunyang, you are really bold. If you lose, your family will be beyond redemption. Father, shall we do something?" "No," Lan Hong said in a low voice. "We must be cautious right now. We've got a lot of talented juniors in our family, while the Li family has no capable person apart from the recently emerged Li Yunxiao. However, this Li Yunxiao is somewhat mysterious indeed." Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said in shock, "Is the reason Li Chunyang dares to put all his eggs in one basket? Is it because that Li Yunxiao can cure Xiao Qingwang's internal injuries?" Lan Guang's heart skipped a beat as he blurted out, "How is it possible? Xiao Qingwang's injuries are beyond the power of the whole state. But if he really supports Qin Yu, the final outcome will be even more uncertain. Lan Hong sighed and said seriously, Lan Guang, you must remember that you cannot expose your intentions and strength too early under any circumstances during this period of regime change. Even if we don't render any meritorious service, we must not make any mistakes. Only in this way can our family continue to pass on in Tianshui. I understand, father. Lan Guang bowed deeply. While Li Chunyang was collecting wealth on a large scale, Qin Yang, the eldest prince, was in deep anxiety. He was visited by his subordinate officials every day to complain. These people were all his direct subordinates, and many of them were secretly supporting him. If he let Li Chunyang continue to cause trouble and did nothing, it would chill the hearts of those who supported him. He had visited the palace several times to seek an audience with the king, but he was rejected every single time. He knew that his father had shunned him. He also knew exactly what the king was thinking. Li Chunyang's mischief had suppressed his power and slightly balanced the strength of the two princes, which was a situation the king would like to see. Of course, the king's only dissatisfaction was how this incident had enriched the Li family's financial resources. Qin Yang was extremely angry after being turned away several times, so he began to gather his men to find countermeasures. Some said that they should continue to endure, while others said that they should raise their banner straight away. The different opinions made his already agitated mood more violent. Just then, a strong voice suddenly came from outside the door. Let me provide your highness 3 plans to ensure that your highness can successfully ascend to the throne. Qin Yang's face flickered, and his eyes burst with a light as he recognized the owner of the voice. How could you, a spy from the state of Baijian, still have the courage to come to see me? You are the one who caused all this. Since you are here, leave your head behind, he cried out in a cold voice. At his command, a large number of warriors poured in from everywhere and surrounded the 3 visitors. Seeing this, Li Yi burst out laughing. Your Highness, you are already in a dangerous situation. Why do you still want to kill me, the only person who can help you now? Qin Yang said coldly, What a joke! I am the Prince of Tianshui, and you are a spy from Baijian. It is only natural that I kill you. A murderous aura suddenly exploded out from the 2 men standing behind Li Yi, who were dressed in silvery white martial outfits. A chill immediately spread in the hall, causing the temperature to drop sharply. It was so cold that some civil officials were even shivering now. Standing next to Qin Yang, Gao Feng's pupils constricted. He leaned over and whispered into the former's ear. These 2 men are extremely strong, both of them being martial lords. This Li Yi is not simple either. He has the cultivation base of a great martial master. A sneer flashed on Li Yi's face as he cocked his head triumphantly and said, With the strength of the 3 of us, your highness will have to pay a pretty steep price if you want to take us down, and it will be a major blow to your current strength. Seeing Qin Yang remain silent, he went on, Besides, the purpose of my visit is entirely to help your highness. Why don't your highness let me present the 3 plans? Oh, I recently heard that Li Chunyang seems to have made contact with Qin Yu. Qin Yang's expression finally changed. This was exactly what he feared the most at present. With anger surging in his eyes, he said in a low voice, Tell me then. Li Yi strode forward as he cleared his throat and said, Li Chunyang's strength has greatly improved after he came out of seclusion, and he seems to show a faint sign of breaking through to the realm of martial kings. Both his personal strength and the strength of the military he represents are going to be a tremendous help to Qin Yu, making it difficult for your highness to compete. Therefore, my first plan is to transfer Li Chunyang out of the capital. Qin Yang sneered. Li Chunyang is a very powerful man with a senior status. Even His Majesty might not be able to transfer him out of the capital. If your other 2 plans are as whimsical and laughable as this, you don't have to tell me anymore. A trace of anger appeared on Li Yi's face. Since I dare to say it, I naturally have great confidence. He snorted coldly. There is no need for your highness to worry about this. I will naturally do my best to make this work. When that happens, your highness just needs to make use of the favorable situation to push matters through. Oh, Qin Yang looked incredulous as he said suspiciously. So, you have a way of transferring Li Chunyang out of the capital? Well, I'm very interested to hear it. Li Yi smiled, his eyes gleaming as he said lightly, the city of Kunjin and the Great Python Mountain are on the border between Tianshui and Baijian. The mountain is full of wild animals, including even legendary demon beasts, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to pass through. In addition, the terrain there is high in the east and low in the west, forming a natural barrier. Your state has stationed an army, the Golden Lion Army, in Whitehead Town near Great Python Mountain, whose commander happens to be your highness's man. Qin Yang's pupils constricted as he said in a serious voice, "Say whatever is on your mind." Li Yi snorted softly as he narrowed his eyes and said, "I wish to borrow a written permission from your highness so that our troops can pass through Great Python Mountain and Whitehead Town, then march from the south and surround Kunjin, trapping Li Chongfeng and his flying dragon army, who are stationed in the city." Pa! Qin Yang broke the armrest of his chair with a palm strike and bellowed, "In your dreams! If Whitehead Town and Kunjin are lost, then 13 cities in the eastern part of our state will completely lose their barrier and be exposed to your heavy cavalry. At that time, what we will lose is not only one town and one city, but more than half of our land." Li Yi said hurriedly, "Your Highness, you need not be angry. The purpose of sending troops is only to help you. As soon as the task is completed, they will naturally withdraw from Kunjin." Qin Yang sneered, "Do you think I am a 3-year-old child?" Li Yi, "I didn't expect you to have a talent for telling jokes." Li Yi reddened slightly. "Your Highness, why don't you listen to all my plans and weigh your gains and losses before giving me the answer?" A trace of killing intent flashed through Qin Yang's eyes as he sat back in his chair. Meanwhile, Li Yi continued, "As long as Kunjin is surrounded, we will cut off all its supplies of grain and fodder. Without provisions, Li Chongfeng's flying dragon army of 400,000 men can last for 3 months at most. By that time, Li Chunyang, who is far away in the capital, will naturally not be able to sit still. He will definitely assemble an army and leave the capital to rescue his son. Once he leaves, it will be the best time for your highness to strike." He glanced at Qin Yang and found that the prince was expressionless while quietly listening to him. So he went on, "There are 3 military forces in the capital, the armed force belonging to the Li family headed by Li Chunyang, the imperial guards under the king's command, and the force headed by your highness. As long as Li Chunyang leaves the capital and we can pull Long Qing to our side, the whole capital will be in your highness's hands. That will be the time to carry out my second plan. Kill Xiao Qingwang." With a murderous look, he said coldly, "Xiao Qingwang has not recovered from his internal injuries. Whether that little bastard Li Yunxiao can really cure him or not, his strength will be greatly reduced. Your highness won't need to do anything, as I'll send someone to carry out this plan for your highness." "Why should I kill Commander Xiao?" Qin Yang snarled. "You are making me destroy my own shield. If he's gone, who else in my state can resist the martial kings from your state? Your highness, if Li Yunxiao really cured Xiao Qingwang, is he on your side or Qin Yu's side?" Li Yi sneered. "At that time, Qin Yu will have not only Zhong Lishan, but also Xiao Qingwang. If that happened, your highness will not be able to achieve what you want even if Li Chunyang is transferred out of the capital." A trace of shock mixed with anger flashed through Qin Yang's eyes, and he then fell silent. He was originally in a good situation, but it seemed that the situation had become precarious ever since Li Yunxiao appeared. "Then, I will kill Li Yunxiao straight away so that he can't treat Xiao Qingwang," he said furiously. Li Yi also became very angry when he heard the name and said with a towering killing intent, "Li Yunxiao must be killed, but we cannot let Xiao Qingwang go either. Your highness had once sent someone to assassinate Qin Yu and Li Yunxiao, but what was the result?" He deliberately glanced at Gao Feng, who was standing beside Qin Yang, and the latter's face suddenly turned cold. Not only did the assassination fail, they even lost a deputy commander of the State Guardians. The failure had made both Gao Feng and Qin Yang extremely furious. "Once we have killed Xiao Qingwang, Commander Gao will be the commander-in-chief of the State Guardians," Li Yi continued. "With all 5 units of the State Guardians, as well as the whole court under control. Tell me, Your Highness, do you think you can achieve what you want? Qin Yang seemed to have been persuaded. His eyes flickered with a bright gleam and his breath grew short. And Zhong Lishan? He's Qin Yu's teacher. And having him on his side is also a major problem. Li Yi sneered inwardly, but put on a serious look on his face and said, Zhong Lishan's strength has improved a lot over the years. We have no confidence in getting rid of him. However, after we've killed Xiao Qingwang, we can keep him in check when Your Highness stages the uprising so he doesn't have time to help Qin Yu. The third plan is to get everything ready, so that when Your Highness rises up, all the people will answer your call and pledge their allegiance to you. Qin Yang's face was flushed with excitement. After calming his restless mood, he said slowly, What does Baijan want? I will never give you Kunjin and Whitehead. He had been an army commander for many years and he knew the state geography very well. If the city and town were lost, he would have lost his bargaining chips when the heavy cavalry Baijan marched south. Li Yi laughed and said kindly, Your Highness is treating us as outsiders. Since we are willing to help Your Highness in this way, we naturally regard Your Highness as family. Our condition is very simple, that is, your state must withdraw from the upcoming competition for the ranking of the upper states. In addition to giving our state some material help, your state must also help my state win the ranking of the upper state in terms of force at the critical moment. Qin Yang arched his eyebrows and said in disbelief, That's simple? Yes, it's as simple as that. Li Yi laughed. To tell the truth, with Tianshui's current national strength, it is already very difficult for you to compete for the next ranking of the upper states. Our state has been recuperating in the past 5 years. Under the wise leadership of His Majesty, Baijan's national strength is getting stronger, so the position of the upper state is almost in our pocket this time. Of course, other opponents are also very strong. So we need Your Highness to do all you can to help my state rise to the top. Qin Yang was lost in thought. Tianshui's retrogression was inevitable, but he was confident that he could lead the state to the position of an upper state again in a few years as long as he ascended to the throne. With a look of determination in his eyes, he said, How can I believe you will withdraw after surrounding Kunjin? Li Yi smiled and said, Even if we make a detour to surround Kunjin, as long as Li Changfeng stays in the city, they will attack us from inside and outside when Li Chunyang's rescue arrives, and we will suffer heavy losses. At this moment when the ranking battle is approaching, Baijan does not want to waste any strength. The only purpose of our troops is to suppress Li Chunyang and help Your Highness ascend to the throne. He took out a list and handed it to Qin Yang. These are some of the materials our state needs. I hope Your Highness can fulfill it after ascending to the throne. Qin Yang took the list, and his face immediately turned green when he gave it a look. Although he had guessed that Baijan would not be so nice to him, such extortion was too naked. In addition to a large number of gold coins, food and equipment, they also requested 50 first-grade mystic weapons, 15 second-grade mystic weapons, 3 third-grade mystic weapons, 500 first-grade medicinal pills, 100 second-grade medicinal pills, and 20 third-grade medicinal pills. Li Yi, you're pushing me too far. You are emptying Tianshui's treasury by asking for so much material. Qin Yang threw the list away in a rage. Gao Feng's face also grew unsightly after he glanced at the list from the corner of his eye. Li Yi smiled and said, These things are just worldly possessions. Compared to the throne, Your Highness should be able to weigh what is more important. If Your Highness has made a decision, come to me at any time. He dipped his finger in a glass of wine and wrote down his current residence address on the table before leaving with a smile. Qin Yang sat in the hall with a gloomy face, lost in thought. All his subordinates looked at each other and talked in low voices. At this moment, Yun Xiao and Jia Rong were still cultivating in seclusion within the Alchemist Association. This is the 20th. Jia Rong wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a round milky pill from a black cauldron. Although his face was pale, his eyes were gleaming and he looked happy. Good. Take a soul-nourishing pill and continue after rest. Sitting in an array with his eyes closed, Yun Xiao said softly, Bring me 1,000 birds pill. Yes. Jia Rong walked to a long table and put the pill he had just refined into a transparent jade box. There was already a heap of identical pills inside. Looking at them, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. These pills were called mysterious fire pills, which were genuine second-grade medicinal pills and could only be refined by second-tier alchemists. However, he had effortlessly refined them under Xianxia's guidance. Not only that, he had even mass-produced them. He put his hands into the other two jade boxes, fishing out a green pill and a pale yellow pill respectively. After taking them out, he frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, there is only one soul-nourishing pill left, and there are not many thousand birds' pills left." With his eyes still closed, Xianxia said slowly, "After you take this soul-nourishing pill and restore your soul power, refine a cauldron of soul-nourishing pills, then stop refining the mysterious fire pills and help me refine some thousand birds' pills." I will refine the soul-nourishing pills and thousand birds' pills?" Jia Rong trembled and said excitedly, "Young Master Yun, are you going to pass me the recipes of these two pills?" Xianxia frowned slightly as he opened his eyes and threw out a piece of paper, then said coldly, "You have been with me for so long. Why do you still behave like a novice? They are just low-level medicinal pills. Why are you so excited?" Jia Rong hurriedly ran over and picked up the paper on the ground, shaking with excitement. Although he had not yet taken the soul-nourishing pill, he seemed to have fully recovered already. He did not dare to say a word for fear of being scolded again, although it was not a bad thing to be scolded by Xianxia. This soul-nourishing pill was by no means a low-level pill, but an upgraded product of the first-grade soul-nourishing pill. Although it was only a second-grade pill, its effect seemed to be stronger than some other second-grade soul-nourishing pills. In the past, whenever Jia Rong exhausted his soul power, it took him at least 3 days to recover if he took other second-grade soul-nourishing pills. But now, when he took this soul-nourishing pill, it only took 1 day. This was an absolutely amazing effect, which was tantamount to increasing the efficiency of alchemists by 3 times, and also increasing the cultivating effect on soul power by 3 times. If this news were to spread, even the 4th-tier Alchemist Association in Firecrow Empire would send someone here to ask for the recipe, not to mention those 5th-grade Alchemist Associations in the surrounding regions. Perhaps it would even get them killed. And that thousand birds pill was not a simple medicinal pill either. According to Xianxia, although the medicinal pills taken by common warriors to directly improve their strength tasted good and felt extremely comfortable after consuming, there were always hidden risks in the strength obtained by medicinal pills. However, this pill was not an ordinary pill that enhanced strength, but a pill that could stimulate the body. It did not improve the strength of warriors through the power contained in itself, but continuously stimulated the potential of the warrior's body through mild stimulation, thus achieving the miraculous effect of cultivating the physical body and meridians together. Its disadvantage was that it tasted terrible, and when taken, it stung the entire body as if 1,000 birds were pecking at the flesh. Everyone who pursued martial arts was extremely tough, so this kind of pain was nothing at all. After taking the last 1,000 birds pill, Xianxia continued to sit cross-legged in the array to cultivate. Basically, all the refining tasks were handed over to Jia Rong. Although he was extremely tired, Jia Rong's heart was filled with tremendous happiness. He wished he could continue refining pills like this for the rest of his life. After taking the soul-nourishing pill, he sat opposite Xianxia and began to nourish his soul. He felt streams of coolness flowing into his spiritual altar, which made him feel extremely comfortable. His recovery this time seemed to be much faster than before, and his soul fire seemed to be stirring. Jia Rong was pleasantly surprised. This was the sign of breaking through to the 2nd tier. He was deeply disappointed when his previous opportunity of breaking through to the 2nd tier was interrupted. However, that opportunity was actually triggered for no reason when he enlightened over the bottleneck during his study of alchemy. He knew it was just a coincidence, and with his soul power at that time he could not break through at all. Even so, every second he immersed himself in that state, he got more experience and understanding, which were of great benefit to his future breakthrough. But how long had it been? How did the opportunity come again? Jia Rong was dumbstruck. He did not dare to be careless and began to cautiously exercise the soul-cultivating technique Xianxia had taught him, slowly gathering his soul power in his mind and carefully feeling the slight quiver of his soul fire. The quivering rhythm grew stronger and stronger, driving the pace of his life force and making his soul fire almost break through the shackles and enter a completely new world. Jia Rong held back his intense excitement. This rhythm was exactly what he felt when he broke through the first tier. It was a sign of success. All of a sudden, a panicked voice exploded in the refining room. "Young Master Yun, something has happened to your family. Master Liang asked me to call you out of your seclusion." Lu Yao's anxious voice came in. Puke. Jia Rong, who was at a critical juncture, was shocked by the voice and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and the rhythm of his soul fire was completely disrupted, causing it to wreak havoc in his mind. "Young Master Yun, His heart was filled with fear. Although he had never experienced this situation, he had read it in the notes of many senior alchemists. It was a very serious soul storm which could hurt his soul or, if serious, leave him completely unconscious and become a vegetable. Pa! At some point, Yun Xiao was already standing in front of Jia Rong. He put a hand gently on his shoulder and then said softly, "Open your eyes and look at me." His words seemed to have a magical power. Jia Rong raised his head unconsciously and opened his frightened eyes to look into his eyes. Yun Xiao's pupils began to turn into two demonic-looking red crescent moons with boundless black backgrounds, making Jia Rong feel as if he had been sucked into the world within the pupils. All of a sudden, the red moons and the black collapsed at the same time, and the clouds between heaven and earth all dispersed, revealing a clear sky on which faint golden dots could be vaguely seen. Then, these golden dots suddenly gathered together, transformed into a line of large characters, while glowing with a dazzling golden light. Great Expansion Divine Technique. At the moment when the four golden characters appeared, Jia Rong felt as if his eyes were pierced by tens of millions of golden needles. At the same time, a force that made his soul tremble rushed directly into his mind and burst into full bloom. Puke! He screamed and felt his head crack as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Then, after hearing a deafening rumble ring out in his mind, he fell to the ground in pain and lost consciousness. Yun Xiao's eyes returned to normal. He examined Jia Rong, then took out a gold needle and inserted it into Jia Rong's head. Ah! Jia Rong screamed again and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Yun Xiao kicked him and scolded. "You are as weak as a woman, fainting from such a mild pain. How are you going to follow me in the future?" Jia Rong held his head in his hands with grievance and cried out, "Young Master Yun, how miserable my life is. Just now I had a chance to break through to the second tier again, and I was on the verge of success. But, your friend, Lu Yao, she is really my bane. Second tier? Aren't you already second tier?" Yun Xiao snorted. Ah! Jia Rong froze for a moment, then found that his mind was extremely clear, and there was a freshness flowing in his soul that he had never felt before. He jumped up in an instant and blurted out in horror, "Ah? Ha ha, ha ha. Second tier, second tier. This is really the second tier. Ha ha. I've really advanced to the second tier. Oh, heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Young Master Yun, please hit me. Hit me hard. See if I'm dreaming." Bam! Yun Xiao punched Jia Rong in the chest and sent him crashing to the floor. The floor, paved with diamond rock, instantly cracked with thousands of lines. Meanwhile, Jia Rong's eyeballs bulged as he opened his mouth and coughed out another mouthful of blood. He felt a sharp pain as all the bones in his chest were broken. While putting back the bones in pain, he struggled to his feet and said with a sad face, "Young Master Yun, although I asked you to hit me, you didn't have to be so brutal, did you?" Suddenly, his sad face froze and he said in shock, "Young Master Yun, your strength?" Yun Xiao sighed. "It took me so many thousand birds' pills to break through and become a 6-stars warrior. It seems that the pill has no more effect on my body, as it can hardly stimulate my potential further. But fortunately, I have also broken through to the realm of second-tier alchemists. Through cultivating the tyrant body tempering technique, his physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary warriors, so the stimulation of thousand birds' pills to his flesh and meridians was getting weaker and weaker. He took out the alchemist's badge and toyed with it in his hand as he said, "I'm finally worthy of this badge now." Jia Rong stood with a blank face for a moment before crying out, "Heavens! This is bullshit. Young Master Yun, you weren't even a warrior when I first met you, were you? And you weren't even an alchemist, right? You were nothing at that time, but it didn't take long for you to become a 6-stars warrior and second-tier alchemist." My heart can't take this blow," Yun Xiao said coldly. "Then I'll help you change to a new heart." Jia Rong trembled with fear and jumped to the side. His chest was still feeling a sharp pain, and he was covered in blood, looking extremely sorry. Young Master Yun, do you hear me? There is something urgent going on in your family. Master Liang asked me to call you out of your seclusion." Lu Yao's voice rang out again. Yun Xiao went to the long table and glanced at the few kinds of pills placed on it, then reached out a hand and put them all away. After that, he performed several incantation gestures, and the door of the refining room slowly opened. At the moment the door was opened, he saw Lu Yao's slim figure bolt backward and hide in a corner, as if she was worried that the people inside the room would suddenly attack her. Yun Xiao said with a wry smile, "Am I such a crass man? No matter what happens, I won't attack a beautiful girl." Lu Yao blushed and said hastily, "Young Master Yun, something bad happened. Your father is besieged in Kunjin by an army from Baijian, who have cut off all news. Duke Jinghua is so furious that he is going to lead the army to the rescue. So he told us to call you out of your seclusion and ask you to go back to preside over your family affairs." "An army from Baijian is besieging Kunjin?" Yun Xiao's pupils constricted and his face grew cold. "I've only been in seclusion for a dozen days, and these people are turning things upside down. It seems they're all tired of living. If that is the case, I don't mind teaching them a lesson." He headed for the exit without looking back. Jia Rong followed hurriedly, completely forgetting that he had not changed into a clean suit. Although Yun Xiao said those words in a flat tone, they gave Lu Yao a chill. She shook her head slightly. "I'm not qualified to intervene in these matters. I'd better do my duty as a waitress." However, in her heart, she wished that nothing would happen to Yun Xiao. She went into the refining room, intending to clean and tidy it, but as soon as she walked in and took a look, she was totally stunned. Heavens! What happened here? Everything in the room was in tatters. Not only was the array destroyed, but the walls and floors were all cracked into countless lines, as if they were about to collapse at any time. This was the best refining room in the association. Master Liang! Master Liang! After she collected her wits, she hurried to Liang Wenyu's office. Ji Meng had been sitting in front of the Alchemist Association for 3 days. He sat there cross-legged in meditation, ignoring the fact that many people were passing around him. Occasionally, people who knew him passed by and were also baffled by him. Lu Yao had been kind enough to bring him water and food, but he refused them all. He just sat there quietly, turning a blind eye to what was happening around him and meditating peacefully, as if he were in the training room. That was until Yun Xiao came down the stairs with Jia Rong. This was the first time Ji Meng had opened his eyes in the past 3 days. He got up from the ground and strode forward. Upon feeling his strong aura, everyone moved to both sides in horror, making way for passage. On the other side stood Yun Xiao with a calm expression. Ji Meng took a few steps and came to Yun Xiao in an instant. Then, he raised his hands over his head and bowed deeply as he said in a clear voice, "From today on, I'm willing to follow young Master Yun and obey young Master Yun's orders. I hope young Master Yun can teach me higher martial arts." At last, he had completely submitted to Yun Xiao after comprehending the Peach Blossom poem, and was willing to serve him wholeheartedly. All the people in the lobby heard him clearly, and they looked at the young man in surprise, all guessing his identity. Those who knew Ji Meng's identity were even more shocked as they gaped at Yun Xiao. At the same time, many people also recognized Jia Rong. When they saw him following Yun Xiao with such a messy look, their mouths all dropped open. Yun Xiao glanced at Ji Meng and said, "It took you more than 10 days to advance to 2 stars. It seems that your talent is just mediocre. If you want to follow me, It will depend on your efforts. Those standing around who know Ji Meng's identity were all startled. Who was Ji Meng? He was a great martial master. It was a known fact that the further an individual went on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it would be to advance. And when it came to the level of a great martial master, every step was as difficult as climbing the sky. However, from what they heard from this young man, it only took Ji Meng more than 10 days to step into the realm of 2 stars. How was that possible? What turned their faces black was that even though Ji Meng had made it to the level of 2 stars in such a short period of time, his talent was just mediocre in this boy's eyes. Except for Jia Rong, everyone was cursing in their hearts. Fuck! This boy is really ignorant. With a hint of shame on his face, Ji Meng said seriously, I'm stupid and have failed to meet your expectations. But, as the ancient saying goes, diligence can make up for weakness. I will certainly pay 10 times. 100 times more efforts than others so that I can follow and serve you. Yunxiao nodded and said, Since ancient times, those who have been able to achieve supreme martial arts not only have had extraordinary talents, but also great attitude and persistence, which are more important than anything else. Your attitude is very good. I like it. From today on, you will be my confidant. Overjoyed, Ji Meng naturally stood behind Yunxiao alongside Jia Rong. Of course, Jia Rong showed an envious expression as he asked flatteringly, Young Master Yun, since Commander Ji is already your confidant, what about me? Yunxiao put on a straight face and said coldly, You? Aren't you my servant? When you break through to the 4th tier, I'll consider accepting you as my confidant. Servant? 4th tier? Upon hearing their conversation, the eyes of those around them all grew wide, and many even bit their tongues in shock and cried out in pain. What shocked them even more was that the usually aloof and cynical Jia Rong showed no sign of anger. Instead, he said with a long face, When will I be able to advance to the 4th tier? Young Master Yun, please let me follow you. Yunxiao frowned and said, It depends on your performance. I will think it over. In the next few days, you will work hard to refine 10,000 birds pills for Ji Meng. There are so many people watching us here like we are monkeys. We'll talk about other things later. Jia Rong nodded. Then his eyes grew cold as he glanced around. All those swept by his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. They shivered and quickly turned away. I thought I had the wrong guy. He's really Master Jia Rong, and his cold and murderous gaze is sharper than before. Heavens, who the hell is that boy? Ignoring the thoughts of those onlookers, the 3 of them left the Alchemist Association straight away. A group of people stood side by side outside the door. Their expressions were serious and they emanated very powerful aura. As soon as Yunxiao came out of the door, a masked woman in the lead chuckled and said, Bai Mao is waiting for young Master Yun here on Prince Yu's order. Yunxiao laughed. Well, it's my honor to have Commander Bai greet me personally. Bai Mao smiled and said, The situation in the capital is tense now. Prince Yu worries that some people with bad intentions will harm you, so he sent me here to greet you. She brought 3 tall steeds for Yunxiao and his company. Then, the group of people rode slowly toward Prince Yu's residence. During this period, many soldiers were patrolling in the capital, and the common people were all used to it. However, the sharp people still smelled major events emerging in the horizon, making them shake their heads and sigh. As they crossed the street in front of Prince Yu's residence, countless arrows suddenly flew in from all directions. The strength of these arrows was so strong that they produced faint whistles, and their number was so great that they seemed to have blotted the entire sky. Shockingly, they were not weaker than the attack of ordinary warriors. Protect young Master Yun and Master Jia. Bai Mao's pupils constricted as she leaped from her horse after giving out an order and performed a hand incantation gesture. A beam of green light shot out of her right hand and exploded into countless small sharp objects in the air, shooting in all directions. Immediately, miserable cries could be heard coming from all around them. Countless arrows rained down at Bai Mao, who was in mid-air, but they seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and all fell to the ground. After the first attack, she stepped on the incoming arrows and quickly went to the distance, beginning to slaughter the enemy. All the people she brought to escort Yunxiao were from the state guardians, each with at least the cultivation base of a martial master. Although the rain of arrows was deadly, it could not hurt them at all. After a moment of confusion, they were able to deal with the sudden attack in an orderly manner. Under Ji Meng's protection, Yunxiao and Jia Rong were also unscathed. Yunxiao picked up an arrow from the ground and broke it in half, throwing it away casually as he said, "This is an arrow made of green iron bamboo, a standard weapon equipped with the crossbows used by the military." Ji Meng said while frowning, "Do you mean all these people are under Prince Qin Yang?" Yunxiao nodded. "I've no doubt about it. Be careful, they won't just send these minions. The real enemy is approaching." Sure enough, after repeated screams were heard from the distance, Bai Mao seemed to have met her match. From that direction came a constant fluctuation of energy, as if she was fighting some powerful enemy. Suddenly, a ferocious voice rang out from behind Yunxiao. "Kill these people and leave no survivors." In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures poured over from all directions. Each of these men was clad in black with their faces covered, and their skills were extraordinary. They were all martial masters. As soon as they rushed into Yunxiao's group, they plunged his protectors into a chaotic battle. When Yunxiao looked at the owner of the voice, he burst out laughing. "So it was you, old eight." Li Yi flew into a rage. Pointing at Yunxiao, he gnashed his teeth and said, "You are lucky to have Luo Yunshang save you the last time, but you will not be so lucky this time. Senior brothers, help me keep others in check. I will kill this bastard myself." The two men behind him were the Baijian experts who had been lurking beside him, and they were also his senior brothers from the same sect. They were Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen, both martial lords. Guang Yuanjia was the man who helped Li Yi escape from the Li family's courtyard that day. Staring at Ji Meng, he laughed disdainfully and said, "Junior brother, rest assured, none of these dogs will disturb me. You can concentrate on cutting off the boy's flesh piece by piece." Yunxiao said lightly, "I knew you had betrayed us. Well, as the saying goes, once a servant, always a servant. Since you were a servant of my family, I, as the young master of the Li family, have the obligation to get rid of the trash personally. I've had enough of your nonsense. I'm going to kill you." Li Yi could no longer stand it. As soon as he saw Yunxiao's carefree expression, his heart was filled with a monstrous anger. He wished he could tear that face to pieces and step on it countless times. At this moment, the anger accumulated in his heart for days finally exploded out. The sword in his hand suddenly let out dragon roars as he leaped into the air and slashed down at Yunxiao's vital parts. Just as Ji Meng was about to rush over to protect Yunxiao, an extremely domineering pressure poured toward him. "Little great martial master, your opponent is me." Guang Yuanjia laughed. "Show me all the martial techniques you know and let me have a good time. Don't die in one move, or it will be too boring." As he said that, he thrust his spear through the air with its tip pointing straight at Ji Meng's forehead. Specks of ice flickered across the spear, and the temperature in the surroundings dropped sharply. Ji Meng's heart sank. Not daring to be careless, he quickly turned his sword and swept it at the shaft of the spear. His slender soft sword darted repeatedly like a serpent, piercing those ice specks. Suddenly, a beam of sword light struck at the spear, causing a blast of ice to burst out of it. As a result, Guang Yuanjia's spear was immediately knocked to the side. "How is this possible? I'm a genuine martial lord, so how could a great martial master knock my spear away?" After a brief lapse of concentration, he saw Ji Meng's sword flash, and then countless flowers seemed to fall from the air and sweep toward Li Yi. Shocked, he quickly raised his spear and brought it down at Ji Meng. Yunxiao took out a pill and threw it to Ji Meng. "Take this pill. Help me hold these two martial lords, and I will help you after I kill this servant." "Hold two martial lords? Haha, do you think Ji Meng is a martial king? You really don't know the height of the sky." Li Yi sneered. "How are you going to kill me with the mere strength of a warrior? I am a great martial master of the Three Powers realm." "You're such a joker." Without Ji Meng's interference, he shook out his sword again and thrust it at Yunxiao. With a calm expression, Ji Meng took the pill Yunxiao threw to him and swallowed it without even looking at it. Suddenly, a strange force began to rotate in his dantian and quickly circulated throughout his body. The meridians inside him were expanding under this surging force, and his body swelled slightly as if he had been inflated. Jia Rong stared nervously at Ji Meng. He was not concerned about Ji Meng's life or death, but wanted to know the effect of the pill. He had witnessed Yunxiao refine this pill. It was an enhanced version of the origin-blasting pill. Guang Yuanjia sneered disdainfully. An origin-blasting pill? No matter what kind of medicinal pill you take, it can't change the fact that you are a great martial master. Under the realm of martial lords, you are nothing but an ant. At this moment, Ji Meng noticed the abnormality of the pill. He was a 9-stars great martial master. Normally, he could at most have the strength of a peak 9-stars great martial master after taking an origin-blasting pill, because the pill had a unique property. Its purity determined the level that a warrior could break through after the energy surge. However, no matter how pure the pill was, it was absolutely impossible for a warrior to break through into the next realm. In other words, even if a peak 9-stars great martial master took this pill, his strength could never break through to the realm of martial lords. But to Ji Meng's great surprise, his primordial qi was still rising after soaring to the peak level of a 9-stars great martial master, regardless of whether his body could bear it. And in a few blinks of an eye, it had arrived at the bottleneck of great martial masters. An unspeakable sense of oppression made his whole body red, and his muscles grew larger than before, giving him a feeling that he was about to explode and die, while waves of powerful aura kept spreading from him. Even Guang Yunjia and Yu Yuanwen were staring at him in astonishment as they thought, "This fellow will not die like this, will he?" Roar! 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 All of a sudden, Ji Meng threw his head back and let out 3 deafening roars, and his aura soared once more. Then the red all over him was gone, and his muscles stopped bulging as well. He was completely back to normal, but a murderous aura was quietly spreading from his eyes. "What? This aura?" Guang Yuanjia cried out in disbelief, his eyes full of horror. Yu Yuanwen's eyes widened as he blurted out, "Martial Lord! He has reached the realm of martial lords. Heavens! What pill did he take just now? Why can it make a warrior break through a realm?" With a gloomy face, Guang Yuanjia said ferociously, "So what if you break through to the realm of martial lords? You are merely having the primordial qi level of the realm, and your understanding of martial arts is still far from enough. Today, I'll show you the huge difference between a genuine martial lord and a fake martial lord." He shook out his spear and cried out softly, "Mountain wings unseal!" Waves of energy burst out of the spear. In a flash, the spear that had been gray all over turned silver, with rings of silver light rippling out of its shaft. Just the aura of the spear alone had made many martial masters in the surroundings feel uneasy and retreat in horror. "Ice erodes the soul," Guang Yuanjia cried out. The natural primordial qi within a radius of 10 meters seemed to have been drained away, turning into streams of cold air and raining down from the sky. Then, the spear pierced through the air with a jolt of his arms and went straight at Ji Meng. The attack was delivered with all his might. Although Ji Meng's strength had reached the realm of martial lords by relying on a medicinal pill, he did not dare to be careless. After stepping over the threshold of the martial lord realm, Ji Meng felt a kind of strength and state of mind he had never felt before. At this moment of breakthrough, his cognition and comprehension of martial arts reached a new level. The poem left by Yunxiao in the Alchemist Association once again appeared in his mind, and a brand new understanding also emerged in his head, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. It was not only strength that had advanced for him at this moment. "Spirit snake unseal!" Ji Meng's eyes sparkled and his face was calm. He completely forgot that his strength had improved because of the medicinal pill. He felt as if he had really broken through, and no matter who the enemy was ahead of him, he had full confidence in winning. After the spirit snake was unsealed, it turned into a small snake, slithering through the ice flakes all over the sky. Wherever it passed, a sharp sound of ice breaking could be heard, and pink peach blossoms fell out of the thin air. It was as if the spring breeze was gusting across the land, blowing away all the ice and snow and making the peach blossoms bloom. Clang! Suddenly, Mountain Wings was caught by Spirit Snake, which wrapped around the shaft like a long ribbon and then wound upward rapidly. Guang Yuanjia was shocked. He could not believe that his ice energy was broken by Jimeng's inexplicable sword intent, and that the spear in his hand was entangled by the sword and could not move at all. The snake-like sword kept climbing up with an intense murderous aura, and was about to cut off his arm. Extreme ice, detonate! He cried out while pouring all the energy in him into the spear and detonating it instantly. The spear let out a miserable wail as streams of icy force blasted out of it, sweeping out in all directions. Under the impact of the force, Jimeng's sword quickly shrank back. But wherever it passed, it still sliced through the icy air, causing the surrounding temperature to rise again. Guang Yuanjia simply detonated the energy on the spear. Although this could produce a great power, the energy consumed was extremely terrifying, and could also cause great damage to the mystic weapon. He would not have done so unless he had to. After avoiding the crisis, he immediately felt that his aura was greatly weakened, and the energy in his body was at its lowest level. Shocked and angry, he was about to go mad when he suddenly noticed that the temperature around him was rising. When he looked up, he saw the sky being filled with tens of thousands of peach blossoms, all falling toward him. In just a moment he would be drowned by them. The instinct of a martial lord filled his heart with fright. These peach blossoms conjured from sword light were the condensation of a martial intent, each flower containing a very advanced martial intent. His body turned cold in an instant. No longer caring for his honor, he shouted loudly, "Junior brother Yuanwen, come and help me quickly. Let's work together to kill this freak." He could not think of any words other than freak to describe Jimeng, who was merely a 9-stars great martial master a few moments ago. Yuanwen was running back and forth in the chaotic battle and had killed many martial masters. He was immersed in the killing spree when he suddenly saw Guang Yuanjia falling in a dangerous situation. He was shocked, and he quickly ran over to help his senior brother. Without hesitation, he conjured up a long weapon which turned out to be a halberd, and then thrust it at the sky. In the blink of an eye, huge ice cubes condensed from icy air rose from the ground, shooting toward the peach blossoms in the air. Bam! Two forces smashed into each other and burst into countless blast waves. Yuanwen's face turned somber as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Guang Yuanjia, his halberd in hand. Their eyes were filled with shock. In the exchange just now, Yuanwen actually lost slightly. Such a result was unacceptable to them. Huge waves surged in their hearts as they thought to themselves, what kind of medicinal pill did this guy just take? Why does it have such a heaven-defying effect? Jia Rong, who was watching the battle from not far away, kept shaking all over. The power of this enhanced origin blasting pill was not only beyond his expectation, but completely beyond his knowledge. To his further excitement, Yunxiao had given him the recipe for this pill as well. After making the first move, Jimeng's fighting spirit became even more monstrous. Endless power poured out of his dantian and seemed to never dry up. After emitting a loud roar, he charged again with his sword. Guang Yuanjia and Yuanwen's faces flickered as if they had been humiliated, and they also charged out sullenly. The three were soon tangled in a fierce battle. Li Yi, who was fighting Yunxiao in the distance, also noticed the scene. He vaguely had a bad feeling about this, and he was rather baffled. What kind of medicinal pill did Yunxiao take out just now? Why could it allow a great martial master to fight two martial lords at the same time? Wasn't that too illogical? But at the same time, his heart became fervent. If only I can get the recipe of this pill and produce it in large quantities. With the thought, his eyes immediately turned scarlet as he said ferociously, "Stop running and hiding here and there, Li Yunxiao. Come and die now." After fighting for so long, Li Yi's mood also became a little irritable. He had no intention of killing Yunxiao now, but wanted to capture him and then force out the pill recipe. However, no matter how hard he tried, none of his attacks could hit Yunxiao. It was as if the latter was moving with a set of very genius footwork. Yunxiao was relieved when he saw Jimeng's condition. The smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a cold look. The reason I ran and hid was to give you time to see the performance over there. Since you don't want to watch it anymore, it's time for you to pay off your debts. Pay off my debts? Li asked, puzzled. Yunxiao sneered. You have been a servant in my family for so many years, and what you've eaten, used, and worn all belong to the Li family. But in the end, you chose to betray us. If these are not debts, what are they? Now you will pay off the debts with your life. How arrogant! Taiyin unseal. Tempestuous storm. Li Yi's mystic sword, which had the ice attribute, was instantly unsealed. The chill on the sword soared at least 10 times in an instant while the air was filled with flickering cold light, dazzling to look at. He slashed out the sword casually, causing the cold energy on the blade to immediately rush out like surging water. He, Guang Yuanjia, and Yu Yuanwen were training under the same master, and they all followed the path of ice energy. Jiarong's heart was in his throat as he shouted in horror, Young Master Yun, you must not resist the strike. Run. In his view, Li Yi could easily kill Yunxiao with his strength as a great martial master, not to mention he was now using a third-grade mystic weapon. Under these circumstances, no one present could be his match. Humph. Although a third-grade mystic weapon is powerful, it depends on who holds it. Instead of retreating, Yunxiao advanced straight up and gently threw out a palm. His sword, Black Girl, had turned into a mini-form and was hiding in the palm. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. 100 times the force of gravity. His Black Girl originally contained only a small piece of purple sunstone. However, he found another large piece in the Divine Realm tablet later on, and after refining the sword again, the gravity arrays in it could produce 100 times the force of gravity. Whenever he was alone, he would transform the sword into a mini-form and place it in his palm, so that he could be in the field of gravity anytime and anywhere, and cultivate every second. After unleashing the tempestuous storm, Li Yi was full of confidence, but he suddenly felt his body sink to the ground. A tremendous force was constantly pulling the flesh and blood of his whole body, making him feel as if he was about to collapse, while his Taiyin sword was also being pulled to the ground. Anyone who suddenly fell under 100 times the force of gravity would feel extremely uncomfortable. Li Yi had tasted the sudden increase of gravity last time. Although he was mentally prepared, he thought the array in Yunxiao's sword could only produce 10 times the force of gravity. With his cultivation base of a great martial master, he could still walk effortlessly under 10 times the force of gravity. In fact, he could continue to fight even if it was 100 times. But this increase came too suddenly. Although Yunxiao only had the cultivation base of a warrior, with his incredibly tough physique, he forcibly wielded his sword under 100 times force of gravity. Black Girl suddenly returned to its original form and smashed Li Yi's Taiyin hard. Clang! Taiyin had been weighed down by 100 times the force of gravity, and now it was struck by Black Girl. The strike was unleashed by Yunxiao with all his physical strength. Li Yi staggered, and the powerful impact numbed his palms, causing the sword to fly out of his grip. My sword! Cried Li Yi as he struggled to get the sword back. Yunxiao gave a cold snort as he lifted his foot and performed the footwork. At the moment his body moved, the gravity suddenly returned to normal. He rushed out like a bolt of lightning and grabbed the sword, then turned to look at Li Yi, whose face was completely blank. Although this is not a very good sword, I'll take it all the same as the interest of your years of living in the Li family, he said with a faint smile. Bastard! Give me back my sword. Li Yi was completely mad. The third-grade mystic weapon was given to him by his master, Martial King Yi Shaoshan. Of all his fellow disciples, only he had the special honor to be given a third-grade mystic weapon, and he had not had much chance to use it. At last, he was able to use it to his heart's content now, but it did not take long for it to be snatched away by Yunxiao. How could he not go mad? Ice Punch! Although he had lost his sword, he did not lose his cultivation base as a great martial master of the Three Powers realm. As he threw out the punch, the surrounding temperature plummeted and a gust of biting cold air swept forward to freeze Yunxiao. Soon, Tiny ice crystals began to condense over the latter's skin and started growing thicker. Many martial masters around him also felt the cold, and their breathing became a little hurried. Xianxia snorted disdainfully and said, "You want this sword? Then I'll give it back to you." He raised Taiyin high and then slashed it down. The ice crystals in the air all cracked under the sword, turning into water vapor and vanishing. Without losing its momentum, the sword rushed forward and suddenly condensed into an ice sword beam when it was 3 feet away from Li Yi, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Clang! The air was filled with the sound of ice crystal breaking apart as Li Yi threw out another punch and shattered the ice sword beam. His eyes were full of shock as he roared, "Ice sword beam! How can you possibly use the ice sword beam?" Xianxia scoffed. "This martial technique is so low-level that I can simulate it with just a look. Why are you not bashful of using it?" Fuming, Li Yi said, "If you're so good, give me back my sword." All the martial masters who were fighting around them almost fell down when they heard that. Li Yi was robbed of his weapon in a life-and-death battle, but he still had the face to ask his opponent to return it to him. It was indeed an eye-opener for them. Xianxia was also struck dumb for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Do you think I want this piece of trash? It's just a third-grade mystic weapon. I have one too." He immediately took out the spring water Zhang Qingfan had given him. "It's really a third-grade mystic weapon." Li Yi was dumbfounded as he cried out in disbelief and anger. Why do you have a third-grade mystic weapon?" Xianxia's face grew dark as he sneered. "You have asked too many questions today. Don't tell me that you want to delay so that you can live a little longer? You are dreaming." He wielded the sword in his left hand and said, "How much sorrow, pray, can a person carry? Like the spring torrent flowing eastward, without tarry." Then, he wielded the sword in his right hand and said, "The fragrance of flowers intoxicated countless guests. A man with a sharp sword swept across 14 states. 2 completely different sword chi slashed out at the same time, one left and one right, complementing each other without affecting them. It was as if 2 warriors were attacking at the same time." Li Yi was utterly stunned. The shock in his heart was greater than the pressure brought to him by the sword. For a martial lord, unsealing 2 third-grade mystic weapons at the same time was a very difficult task, and he could never use them so well, let alone a mere warrior. What's the matter with this Li Xianxia? Not only can he unseal 2 third-grade mystic weapons, but he can also unleash sword chi of 2 different attributes at the same time. This is terrible. This man must be killed. Fear began to grow inside him, and he had forgotten about his plan of forcing Xianxia to give the pill recipe. He only wanted to kill the latter now. Li Yi's face was gloomy as he threw out his fists in great fury, streams of ice energy dispersing the sword chi that streaked across the air. Even if you can unseal 2 third-grade mystic weapons at the same time, there is a gap of 2 realms between you and me. Let's see how you are going to cross it." He cried out angrily. "2 realms?" Xianxia scoffed. "I may still have some fear if you are a martial lord. A mere great martial master? Old ape. Look into my eyes." Startled, Li Yi looked reflexively into Xianxia's eyes. He immediately saw 2 demonic-looking, blood-red crescent moons, surrounded by endless darkness like a bottomless abyss of demons. Xianxia's face was cold as he said softly, "Universal soul suppressor? Demon moon." "Ah!" Li Yi only felt that his mind was lost instantly. With his face turning blank and his hands hung listlessly, he stood there like an idiot. "Good, very good. Now, you just stand there obediently and let me stab you twice with my swords." Xianxia's face became a little ferocious while his eyes glowed evilly, and the veins on his forehead bulged as beads of sweats rolled off his cheeks. Obviously, casting this eye technique was too demanding for him. He raised the Taiyin sword gently and then slashed it down fiercely. "Watch out, junior brother." In the distance, Guang Yuanjia noticed that the situation was not right, and he immediately let out an anxious roar. His voice was infused with energy, so it rang out like a bell and shook the hearts of those who heard it. Li Yi shuddered and woke up instantly, horrified to find that the sword was only 3 inches from the tip of his nose. He could not avoid it. Ah! In desperation, his potential shot up. At this critical juncture, he forcibly moved several inches to the side. In the next moment, the sword fell and cut off his left arm. A great pain washed up his shoulder, making him bare his teeth and break out in a cold sweat. Yunxiao shook his head slightly. He knew that since he had failed to kill Li Yi this time, he would not be able to do it again even if he went on fighting. Therefore, he simply stepped back and stared at Li Yi coldly with the sword in his arms. The soul attack technique he just cast was called Universal Soul Suppressor. It was a very powerful divine ability that could only be cast by people with strong souls. It consumed a lot of soul power, no less than a high-intensity refinement session. In addition to their strength, each of those peak-level martial sovereigns at the top of the heaven and earth power chart had an extremely powerful advantage that made their opponents unable to keep pace with. For example, Tyrant Martial Sovereign's imperishable golden body and his previous incarnation, and Gu Feiyang's 9th-tier soul power. This universal soul suppressor was a kind of divine ability that directly attacked the soul. With his 9th-tier soul power in his previous life, even martial sovereigns of the 9 heavens realm did not dare to look him in the eye. Therefore, with his current soul power of a 2nd-tier alchemist, he could make an unprepared great martial master lose his mind for a short time. However, after failing for the first time, he was unable to cast it for the second time, and Li Yi was already on his guard. Nevertheless, Li Yi did not know Yunxiao's current situation. After his left arm was cut off, he was utterly horrified, and the feeling of being completely controlled by someone else just now had thoroughly chilled his heart. "Senior brothers, let's retreat for now," he cried out in a hurry. Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen had been pestered by Jimeng. The more they fought, the angrier they became. Although they had the upper hand under their joint forces, Jimeng's desperate fighting style, coupled with his unpredictable sword technique, still gave them a great headache. Now, after seeing Li Yi not only lose the sword given to him by their master but also an arm, the two of them had no more desire to fight. After forcing back Jimeng with one strike, they immediately retreated to Li Yi's side, grabbed him from left and right, and then leaped into the air to flee. Jimeng was about to pursue, but Yunxiao stopped him. "Don't worry about these three now. Get rid of their minions." As soon as the enemy martial masters saw that their leaders had fled, they immediately lost their fighting spirit. They retreated as they fought, trying to find a chance to escape the battlefield. However, the state guardians responsible for protecting Yunxiao had long been furious because of their heavy casualties. They would not let these enemies escape so easily. Yunxiao watched the slaughter coldly. His face was expressionless, as if he was staring blankly, but his heart was filled with surprise. He clearly felt that the Great Expansion divine technique, which was almost impossible to take shape, was able to barely appear in the Divine Realm tablet after he cast the eye technique once and suffered a great loss of his soul power. Sure enough, this Divine Realm tablet was a divine artifact that surpassed the supergrade mystic weapons. There must be some power in the tablet that could support the manifestation of the Great Expansion divine technique. Yunxiao sent his divine sense into the tablet and read the little gold characters in silence. With that, he immediately felt a strange power emerging between the lines that began to flow through the tablet into his body, then gather in the spiritual altar in his mind, nourishing his soul like a stream of clear spring. The feeling of nourishment was more comfortable and refreshing than any medicinal pills he knew. Just as the Great Expansion divine technique was constantly nourishing his soul through the tablet, with Jimeng joining in the fray, the 20 or so enemy martial masters were quickly killed. Jimeng walked up to a dead masked martial master and tore off his mask. Suddenly, his eyes burst with anger, and his whole body was shaking. Looking at his expression, Yunxiao asked, "Is he your subordinate?" Jimeng said sadly, "I didn't expect young Master Yun to have guessed it. Yes, this man's name is Lu Zheng. He had just joined the first unit not long ago, and he was originally my direct subordinate. He is only 27 years old and a 3 stars martial master. I used to encourage him. He had a bright future." With a solemn expression, Yunxiao said, "As a state guardian, he couldn't help it. Obeying orders is a state guardian's highest duty. He is an excellent state guardian, for he died under his faith. You should be happy for him. The men responsible for protecting Yunxiao were members of the 3rd unit, by Mao's subordinates. Half of them were killed, and the remaining 10 were all wounded. On hearing Yunxiao's words, they became silent and then saluted the bodies lying on the ground. Ji Meng said sadly, "They are all good guardians, but they should have died for the state and not a cowardly death like this. I feel unworthy for them. Not everyone can die on the battlefield. As long as they fulfill their duty, they are good guardians." While the two were talking, a white figure flew over from the distance. It was Bai Mao. Her white dress and veil were stained with blood. Clearly, she was also wounded. "I can't believe it was Gao Feng who ambushed us with the men from the 1st unit. Is everyone all right?" As she glanced around, she saw the bodies all over the ground. Her pupils constricted and her eyes flashed with anger as she gnashed her teeth and cried out, "Gao Feng!" Yunxiao said calmly, "Let's get out of here as soon as possible to avoid further trouble." Without saying a word, the group of people began to move forward in silence. But, unbeknown to Bai Mao, the look in the eyes of these guardians from the 3rd unit watching Yunxiao and Ji Meng had grown awestruck and respectful. Soon, they arrived at Prince Yu's residence. Only then did everyone's hearts become relaxed, because not only there were a large number of experts in the residence, but also various powerful arrays. No one would be foolish enough to attack a prince's residence unless they had dispensed with all civilities and did not care about casualties. Qin Yu Personal came out to greet them. Seeing the messy look of the crowd, he quickly asked what had happened and flew into a rage after learning about the situation. He immediately sent people to settle all the martial masters and gave large quantities of medicinal pills and primordial stones to everyone, also providing several times more pension and burial expenses to the dead. After he had done all this, only then did the mood of the guardians become slightly better. Yunxiao and the others followed Prince Yu straight into the council hall. Once inside, he immediately found that many senior ministers in the court were there, and the man sitting at the far end of the hall was none other than his grandfather. As soon as Li Chunyang saw Yunxiao, his eyes burst with a light and his face was filled with joy. Although they had not seen each other for only half a month, his grandson had advanced by 2 more stars, which made him very gratified. With a smile on his face, he said, "What happened? Did you run into trouble on the way?" Yunxiao gave a brief account of the matter. Not only did the expressions of everyone present change dramatically, even Bai Mao was shocked and felt incredulous. Li Chunyang's face became extremely dark as he said furiously, "I can't believe this bastard 8527 is still in the capital. I thought he had run away. It looks like he has colluded with Prince Yang now. But they have 2 martial lords and 8527 himself is a great martial master. How did you escape?" Bai Mao and Qin Yu fixed their eyes at Yunxiao. This was also the question in their minds. Yunxiao said lightly, "Thanks to Ji Meng. He alone had kept the 2 martial lords in check, so that we could deal with 8527 and eventually cut off one of his arms. The 2 martial lords panicked and fled with 8527. The other enemies were former state guardians from the 1st unit, and were all killed by us." Although he said those words in a calm and flat voice, anyone could hear the danger they had been in. Li Chunyang stared at Ji Meng in astonishment and asked, "How could a 9 stars great martial master keep 2 martial lords in check?" Li Chunyang was Yunxiao's grandfather, so Ji Meng did not dare to be impolite. He said hastily, "This is all because of a magical pill given to me by young Master Yun. It made me break through to the realm of martial lords in an instant, which is the reason why I was able to keep 2 martial lords in check." What kind of pill can make a great martial master break through to the realm of martial lords in an instant? Li Chunyang said in shock. Yunxiao played dumb and said, "You don't know? I found the pill in the family's secret vault. It said that it can temporarily improve a warrior's strength. However, it has a serious side effect. Within 10 days of taking it, the strength of the warrior will become weaker and weaker, eventually falling to the level of an average person, and then slowly recover in another 10 days. In other words, you can't fight for 20 days after taking it. Do we have this kind of pill in our secret vault? Li Chunyang thought for a moment, but he never seemed to have heard of it. In any case, since the side effect of this pill was so serious, it seemed that its value was not as high as he had imagined, so he lost interest. Ji Meng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard that. After taking the pill and becoming so strong, he had been worried that it would affect his future cultivation base. Now, he felt at ease upon listening to Yun Zhao's explanation. It turned out that the side effect was that he could not fight in the next 20 days. The enlightenment he had obtained after taking the pill and breaking through to the realm of martial lords was more than he could get by cultivating in seclusion for 20 days. He was confident that he would be able to truly break through to the realm of martial lords after his next secluded cultivation. I didn't expect my brother to collude with the spy of our enemy state just to deal with the Li family. Can he be so unscrupulous to get what he wants? Qin Yu said angrily. Li Chunyang said with his eyes narrowed, in this case, it's not difficult to explain what happened to Kunjin. What happened exactly? Yun Xiao asked, frowning. 5 days ago, Qin Yu said sulkily, we had news that Whitehead Town had suddenly been overrun by an army of 800,000 men from Baijian, and that they had besieged Kunjin at lightning speed afterward. Right now, your father, General Filong, is still resisting the enemy from within the city. But his request for help has reached the capital. How did the court respond? Kunjin and Whitehead are Tianshui's natural barriers. The consequences will be unimaginable if they were breached. His Majesty summoned all the military leaders and requested Duke Jinghua to lead the rescue. Looking at Li Chunyang, Yun Xiao asked, what do you think then? Li Chunyang was somewhat startled, but was very satisfied with this grandson on the inside. If others heard their fathers were besieged by an army, they would have flown into a rage and could not wait for even a moment to march. But Yun Xiao was extremely calm, without even the slightest mood swings in his eyes. He smiled with gratification and then said, Kunjin is easier to defend than to attack. Your father has a legion of 300,000 men with him in the city, the Flying Dragon Army, so the mere 800,000 men from Baijian are not a threat to him. Besides, it is still a question whether these 800,000 men are a real number or not. Now that you say 8527 is colluding with Qinyang, I'm more convinced that this plea for help is a sham created by them. Their real motive is to lure the tiger out of the mountains. Do you mean their real motive is to get the forces under the Li family out of the capital so that Qinyang can do whatever he wants? By the time we find out that things are not as we expected in Kunjin and return to the capital, the dust would have already settled, and it will be too late for us to change the situation. That's right, Li Chunyang said approvingly. You are truly my grandson. Ha. But what if the plea for help is genuine? Li Chunyang's smile faded away as he said lightly, your father is stationed in Kunjin, a natural barrier, and he has 300,000 men from the Flying Dragon Army. If he can't resist the 800,000 men from the enemy army, then it proves that he is incompetent and deserves to suffer some hardships. Moreover, you know I can't leave the capital. His tone became a little sad when he said he could not leave the capital. Yun Xiao naturally knew what he was referring to. Chun Dashing could only survive for 1 more month with the melting pills and his energy, and now half a month had passed. After pondering for a moment, Yun Xiao said, perhaps you are thinking too simply. Even if the plea for help was not written by father, I'm afraid that the situation in Kunjin may not be as optimistic as you think. Baijian has been blocked to the east of Great Python Mountain for hundreds of years, and has never breached these 2 places. But this time they managed to let an army cross the mountain. Do you think their purpose is only to assist Qin Yang to seize the throne and lure the tiger out of the mountains? Startled, Qin Yu said in horror, do you mean Baijian really has the intention of invading our state? That's bad. Because if Kunjin is lost, all 13 cities in our heartland will be exposed to their heavy cavalry. What can we do? Yun Xiao calmly analyzed. Baijian's strategy and purpose can be both true and false, which makes it difficult for us to distinguish. But rescuing Kunjin is a trap that we cannot avoid. Even though we all know that it is a trap, we have to jump in. Otherwise, The consequences will be too serious. His analysis made Li Chunyang fidgety and walk back and forth in the hall, scolding angrily. This Qin Yang is really crazy. How can he do such a thing? Yun Xiao chuckled and said, This is not difficult to understand. He had waited so many years for the throne, and the wait is finally coming to an end. But at this moment, Prince Yu suddenly stood up and began to reverse the situation, tilting the balance. This, of course, made him mad. So, it is not surprising that he will take risks. Qin Yu said angrily, My elder brother is too selfish. How could he disregard the safety of the whole state for his own desires? If he really wants the throne so much, I'll not fight with him. These kinds of righteous words could be said in front of outsiders, but everyone present here was an old fox. To say such a thing in front of them showed Qin Yu's immaturity. One of the ministers took the opportunity to flatter by saying, Your Highness must not do this. Your Highness's love for the people and the world shows that you will be a good king. If the throne is taken by Qin Yang, the future of our state will be dark, and the people will suffer. For the sake of your beloved people, your Highness must think twice. As he spoke, he even wiped away some tears with his sleeve, as if he was worried about the fate of the people and begging on their behalf. Qin Yu nodded and said, You have a point, Lord Su. It seems that I will have to fight Qin Yang for the sake of my people even if I die. Li Chunyang was already in vexation, and he became even more furious when he heard these flattering words. Since Lord Su is so concerned about the state and the people, I'll provide you 300,000 soldiers, and you will lead them to rescue Kunjin, he said coldly. Lord Su's face reddened and he was instantly rendered speechless, lowering his head and stammering. Bai Mao, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, Young Master Yun, do you have a good plan? Despite his youth, Yun Xiao had emerged as a key member of their team. Besides, Bai Mao was good at astrology and divination, and she firmly believed that the key to Qin Yu's claim to the throne lay with Yun Xiao. Moreover, the development of the situation was increasingly moving in the direction she saw from the stars. As soon as she asked the question, everyone quieted down and their eyes fell on Yun Xiao. The ministers around Qin Yu were disdainful and sullen. They thought this must be a show put up by Li Chunyang because he wanted to cultivate his grandson, as well as highlight his grandson's weight and ability in front of Qin Yu. By doing so, Yun Xiao would be able to contribute in the future, thus allowing their family to continue to prosper. Yun Xiao read the faces of these ministers, so he sneered and said, I do have a plan, but there are too many ears here. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, but he waved all the same, signaling the others to leave them alone. The ministers were stunned and looked displeased while Lord Su said coldly, All of us here are close associates of His Highness. Young Master Yun, you don't seem to trust us very much by saying so, do you? Yun Xiao gave him a contemptuous look and said, It's not that I don't trust you very much, but I don't trust you at all. Li Yun Xiao, you are insulting us and are disrespectful to His Highness. If you dare to use your head to guarantee that anything I say today will not get out, then you can stay. Yun Xiao's cold gaze swept over the others as he said, So are you. Anyone who wants to stay, be prepared to hang your head on your belt. If you have the courage, you can stay. As soon as Lord Su was glanced at by Yun Xiao, he immediately felt as if an ice sword had pierced his heart, making him almost suffocated with cold. He took a deep breath, but was still shivering with cold, which filled his heart with terror. The other ministers also felt as if a gust of freezing wind was blowing on their faces, chilling their hearts. Who the hell is this Li Yun Xiao? Why does he have such an icy glare? What a joke! Why should we use our heads to guarantee that anything he says today will not get out? No one wanted to take unnecessary risks, and no one dared to look at Yun Xiao's cold and sharp eyes again. One after another, all the ministers walked out of the hall with gloomy faces. Qin Yu said hastily, My dear subjects, you all have worked hard for most of the day. Please go to the Drunken Flower Hall in my residence to have a rest. Someone, bring the best singers and musicians in my residence to the Drunken Flower Hall, and also serve my dear subjects the best refreshments and teas. As their future monarch, Qin Yu could not chill everyone's hearts at this time under any circumstances. He knew when to use whom. In the past, Qin Yang and his fights were all covert, so he needed this group of civil ministers to criticize and fight the legitimacy for him. Now, however, with the struggle between them gradually coming up to the surface, what he needed most was strong forces. Therefore, the weight of the Li family had surpassed that of everyone else present at this moment. Soon, only Yunxiao, Jimeng, Jiarong, and Li Chunyang were left in the hall, along with Qin Yu and Bai Mao. Young Master Yun, can you tell us your plan now? Or do you want me to leave as well? Bai Mao asked with a chuckle. Yunxiao laughed and said, "Ha, you really can tell jokes, Commander Bai." He put away his smile and said seriously, "My plan is to give consideration to both sides." A hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He sighed and said, "I've thought about giving consideration to both sides, but our manpower is limited. If Duke Jinghua is not in the capital, what forces would I have to fight my elder brother with?" Li Chunyang also frowned and said, "You know how His Majesty treats our family now. A large number of important posts in the military have been replaced by Qin Yang's men, and some of my former subordinates have all been either promoted or demoted, depriving them of their military power. Moreover, if Kunjin is really besieged, the only one capable of rescuing them is the Central Army with 500,000 soldiers." At the mention of the Central Army, Qin Yu's face suddenly became gloomy. Li Chunyang continued, "But the commander-in-chief of the Central Army is none other than Qin Yang. Although the factions of the Central Army are complex and he may not completely control it, it seems impossible for him to dispatch troops to the rescue. Moreover, His Majesty is in a weak position now, so even if he orders troops to be mobilized, I'm worried that Qin Yang will not obey his order unless I stand up and plead for help. With my reputation, we may be able to recruit some of my former subordinates from various armies." Qin Yu said hurriedly, "Duke Jinghua, you must not leave the capital. My plan depends entirely on you." Yunxiao smiled and said, "Yes, Grandpa. You must stay in the capital. Let me go for the rescue." Li Chunyang said in astonishment, "You?" He immediately shook his head and said, "No way. Even if I can recruit some of my former subordinates, these men are all unruly and hard to subdue. No one can control them unless I personally lead the troops." While frowning, Bai Mao said, "Young Master Yun is still too young. Even if Duke Jinghua can recruit some of his former subordinates, the number and combat effectiveness should be very limited. If something really happens to Kunjin, such troops will not be able to make a difference." Looking at the sad faces of the crowd, Yunxiao laughed and said, "You seem to have forgotten 3 people." Qin Yu was shocked and asked hastily, "3 men? Which 3? The rest of the people were also taken aback, and they pricked up their ears to listen carefully. Yunxiao held out a finger and said, "The first man will be the commander of the troops. Naturally, I'm not qualified to awe those military big shots. But besides my grandfather, there is another man who can." He paused for a brief moment and smiled, then continued, "Although I can't completely cure him yet, as long as he stays with me and takes medicinal pills on time, he can definitely return to his peak." Shocked, Li Chunyang said in exultation, You really found a solution?" Yunxiao nodded and said, "I have refined some mysterious fire pills which can temporarily suppress the cold poison in his body. By using the pure yang energy to heal his internal injury, he can completely return to his peak during ordinary times." Li Chunyang's eyes were red as he said happily, Great! Qin Yu could not help but ask, "Who are you talking about?" Yunxiao laughed. "He is Chandishing, who followed my grandfather to open the frontier and set a land of 3,000 miles in Baijin afire, and was conferred as the Duke of Zhongyong after his death." The Duke of Zhongyong. Chun Dashing. Surprised, Qin Yu said, "Wasn't he dead? Didn't he die in the last ranking battle?" Li Chunyang's eyes grew cold as he said, "To get rid of the people around me, His Majesty had sent Chun Dashing to take part in that damned ranking battle. He returned to the capital after a narrow escape, but was ambushed on the night of his arrival. If I hadn't found out in time, he would have died. Moreover, after conferring him Duke Zhongyong, His Majesty reduced the title of his family by 1 rank. Hee. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and traces of cold sweat were oozing out of his forehead as he sensed the chill emanating from Li Chunyang's body and heard the sinister laughter. How silly of my father! How could he treat a loyal and important minister like this? When I ascend to the throne, I'll definitely restore the Chun family's title, he said in a hurry. Li Chunyang gave a cold snort and said, Later on, I replaced Dashing with a death row prisoner and told the world that he was dead. In fact, he had been recuperating in the secret chamber within my residence. But over the years, he has become weaker and weaker. A glimmer of light flashed through by Mao's eyes. Is General Chen's injury and Commander Zhao's? Yes, Li Chunyang said in a low voice. Their injuries were caused by that Yi Xiaoshan's ice energy. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said happily, Since Duke Zhongyong can come back, he must be the commander-in-chief. Yun Xiao chuckled and said, Commander Bai, since you know Xiao Qingwang also suffered internal injuries caused by ice energy, you should know who the second man I'm talking about is, right? Young Master Yun, you are really a genius. I can't believe you have a way to suppress the ice energy, Bai Mao said softly. With Commander Xiao following you, your rescue mission will naturally be unimpeded. But I'm very curious now. With the help of General Chun and Commander Xiao, your rescue of Kunjin will certainly succeed. In this case, who will be the third man? Yun Xiao said calmly. This third man is naturally Prince Yu's teacher, Marshal King Zhong Lishan. Qin Yu shook his head and said, Impossible. Although Teacher Zhong supports me, he will never take part in the affairs of the state. He is unlikely to come forward unless the army of Baijian is at the gates of the capital. I'm not asking him to come forward. Your Highness, have you forgotten the disaster in Tianshui 60 years ago? You mean 60 years ago? Tianshui's current king, Qin Zhang, was only a prince. At that time, there was a rebellion in the south. The rebels had already arrived at the gates of the capital, and the entire state army was routed, unable to put up an effective resistance. At this critical juncture, the then dean of Jialan Academy encouraged the students to form a student army and fight the rebels. They not only saved the crisis in the capital, but also sent the rebellious troops back to the south and eventually wiped them out. From that time onwards, Qin Zheng's father, the then king, conferred the group of students the title of Guardians of the State. This was the origin of the Guardians of the State. Yun Xiao said, It is the holiday season now, and the Academy has already started to organize students to sign up for the holiday training mission. Your Highness should know that the Academy's past missions were no less dangerous than that of rescuing Kunjin. If this mission is changed to rescuing Kunjin and the reward is doubled, good idea! Qin Yu was overjoyed. Young Master Yun, you are indeed resourceful. If we can mobilize the students of the Academy, we will have a large number of martial masters, warriors, and apprentice warriors. Such an army is enough to fight even 100 times stronger enemy. Almost all the experts in Tianshui over the years came from Jialan Academy. Your Highness can mobilize the students in person and bring all the warriors to you. They are the future pillars of the state. Not only that, they will be led by the teachers of the Academy. And we all know that even the weakest teachers are great martial masters. Moreover, if we want to suppress the ice energy in Xiao Qingwang and Chen Dashing, Luo Yunshang must also go with the army. After all, she is a genuine martial lord. After hearing what Yun Xiao said, everyone was stunned. This move of his was really genius. Through this method, he not only found them a strong army out of thin air, but also put all the future pillars of the state under Qin Yu's command. Bai Mao's eyes sparkled as she said approvingly, With Luo Yunshang as the commander of the student army, their strength is stronger than that of the first unit of the state guardians. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, Xiao Qingwang's control of the state guardians is almost non-existent, because his injury is getting more and more serious. Gao Feng's first unit is now supporting Prince Qinyang. Commander Bai's third unit is supporting Your Highness, while the other 3 units have their own thoughts. But As long as Xiao Qingwang returns, who among the 5 units would dare to disobey him? Your Highness, with the only 3 martial kings in Tianshui on your side, how could you fail? 3 martial kings? Qin Yu's eyes went wide as he asked, who is the 3rd one? Bai Mao's pupils constricted as she looked at Li Chunyang in horror and blurted out, is Duke Jinghua? Ha ha! Li Chunyang burst out laughing. Yes, the 3rd martial king is me. I've already stepped into the 5 elements realm. He looked at Yun Xiao with a face full of admiration and a heart filled with great gratification. All the ideas put forward by this grandson of his were genius. It seemed to him that Qin Yu was bound to be the final winner of this game of the throne. All the people present were shocked until Qin Yu hurriedly bowed down and said with great joy, Congratulations, Duke Jinghua. The others did not dare to be disrespectful either as they all stood up and bowed to Li Chunyang, of course, except Yun Xiao. A martial king of the 5 elements realm was a state's supreme fighting force. He was above all and did not even have to salute the king when they met. Instead, the king would have to be respectful toward every martial king. Ha ha! Don't stand on ceremony. Li Chunyang was delighted to see his grandson being so courageous and resourceful. He decided not to hide his strength anymore, and his aura exploded out in an instant. All the people present immediately felt a supreme aura like that of a guru pressing on their hearts. Except for Yun Xiao, everyone's mind was shaken. Of all the people present, Bai Mao and Jimeng's cultivation base were the strongest, so their feelings were also the deepest. They had no doubt that Li Chunyang was a genuine martial king. Qin Yu felt as if a piece of pie had suddenly fallen from the sky and almost knocked him unconscious. He burst into laughter as he went up to Yun Xiao and grabbed his hand. Young Master Yun, he said kindly, you are indeed the benefactor of my life. If I can ascend to the throne in the future, it must be because of you. Today I would like to become sworn brothers with you. From now on we will share the good and bad together. What do you think? Li Chunyang's eyes lit up. He knew that Qin Yu did so because he had become a martial king. Nevertheless, if Yun Xiao could become a sworn brother of the future king, the Li family would naturally be bathed in glory in the future. Bai Mao also nodded slightly. She agreed with Qin Yu's approach, because Yun Xiao was indeed a talent worth being courted. Stunned, Yun Xiao drew back his hand and said awkwardly, This, we'd better wait until later. What? Everyone thought they had heard wrong as their eyes grew wide and their ears pricked up. Qin Yu froze on the spot. As a prince and the future monarch of a state, he wanted to become sworn brothers with a teenager, which was a great honor and something hundreds of millions of his subjects all over the world did not dare to dream of. But he was refused. He was totally unprepared for this and stood there stupidly. A cold sweat broke out on Jia Rong's forehead. His admiration for Yun Xiao had reached its peak, and he was shouting in his mind, Young Master Yun is truly my idol. Ji Meng's eyes were full of admiration as well after a brief moment of confusion. As for Li Chunyang, the joy in his eyes deepened after a moment of absence. At this time, he finally knew that a small Tianshui could not keep his grandson. This boy has been hiding so deeply before. I think he has already had the idea of leaving Tianshui, so he doesn't take things here to heart. Now, because of the pressure of the situation, he is forced to show his true ability. Humph! If it weren't for such a major event as regime change, this boy would have been playing dumb all the time, wouldn't he? Bai Mao swallowed and rushed to Qin Yu's rescue. Young Master Yun indeed has his heart set on the state affairs. Now is the time of internal and external troubles, and we should not consider personal honor and disgrace. No wonder His Highness wants to become sworn brothers with young Master Yun. I think it is better for you to become sworn brothers after His Highness ascends the throne. Don't you think so? Qin Yu's face flickered as he said, Commander Bai is right. Young Master Yun is indeed a rare genius, and I was too impatient. I will announce that we will become sworn brothers on the day of my accession. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was finally eased, and it was better for them to take it as if nothing had happened. In this way, Qin Yu would not feel too humiliated. However, Yun Xiao suddenly frowned at this moment and said, The day of accession? I think it's better to forget it. He sighed and then said, I'm used to being alone and not used to being brothers with others. I have never thought of becoming sworn brothers with anyone, so don't mention it again. An eerie silence reigned over the council hall. After Xianxia had finished speaking, everyone's jaw dropped and their eyes were as wide as copper bells. They were all completely stupefied. Heavens! Is his mind full of intrigues? Even if he really doesn't want to become a sworn brother with His Highness, he doesn't need to refute a prince like this, does he? After all, there is a distinction between monarchs and courtiers. His Highness is the monarch, and he is the courtier. The courtier should carry out his duty as a subject. How is His Highness going to extricate himself from this awkward position when he has spoken so? Even Bai Mao was dumbstruck, and did not know how to ease the situation. Cough! Cough! With a black face, Li Chunyang coughed a few times and then shouted, Luckily, you boy have a clear estimation of yourself and know that you are not qualified to become a sworn brother of the monarch as a courtier. Although His Highness thinks highly of you, you just have to carry out your duty as a courtier. You've not wasted my time spent on teaching you the way of a monarch and courtier when you were young. Qin Yu laughed awkwardly and said, Young Master Yun is indeed special, worthy of being the heir of Duke Jingua. As he said so, a shadow flashed quickly through his eyes. Everyone present was an expert, and even Jia Rong, who had the weakest strength, had an extraordinary divine sense, so they all saw it. Both Li Chunyang and Ji Meng were a little worried about Yunxiao in their hearts. Bai Mao was worried too, but it was Qin Yu she was worried about. After all, her divination showed that Yunxiao's destiny was extremely complicated, and even her mystic technique could not find out anything. On the other hand, although Qin Yu had the fate of an emperor, he must meet Yunxiao to make it a reality. If he bore a grudge for what happened today, he would certainly bring misfortune to himself in the future. Meanwhile, Jia Rong kept laughing in his heart. His admiration for Yunxiao was like a surging river, endless and out of control. Of course, Yunxiao's thoughts were much simpler. Who was he? He was the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. In today's world, the number of people who were qualified to become sworn brothers with him could not even be counted on one hand. Even the emperors of the super empires were not included in this list, let alone the princes of some states. Helping Qin Yu ascend to the throne was just something he would do conveniently in the course of his cultivation. If he were not in a good mood, he could always change sides to support Qin Yang. To him, the national fortune of a small state was nothing at all. When he reigned supreme over the world in his previous life, if it were not for his disciple Yang Di, who was from Tianshui, he probably would not have known there was such a state on the continent. Yunxiao naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but his heart for the martial arts was strong. He swept the crowd with his eyes and said, The honor and disgrace of the floating life are all dust. Life is like a fog. Only martial arts are eternal. His remark was brilliant in every word, like a hammer blowing into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone seemed to have caught something from his words, but they could not fathom it. Even Qin Yu and Jia Rong, who had the weakest strength, felt their blood rushing and their hearts pounding, and the way they looked at Yunxiao changed once more. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly felt that his struggle for the throne was totally insignificant. With his pupils growing wide and his expression looking a little blank, Ji Meng muttered to himself over and over again, The honor and disgrace of the floating life are all dust. Life is like a fog. Only martial arts are eternal. Suddenly, an epiphany poured into his head, bursting like a light in his mind. Then, for different powers began to gush out of his dantian and flowed along the 4 main meridians in his body. The powers, blue, red, white, and black, each represented a quadrant, washing every inch of meridians inside him before finally forming a brand new energy and then returning to his dantian again. Everyone in the council hall noticed the unusual phenomenon happening to Ji Meng. For shafts of light, each of different color, were shooting out of his head, and the natural primordial qi around him was also affected, reflecting different colors. A few moments later, all of them were drawn into his body, and only then did the phenomenon disappear. Martial Lord! Bai Mao's pupils constricted as she cried out in shock. Commander Ji has become a martial lord. A huge wave surged up in her heart, and she turned to look at Yun Xiao in horror. Half a month ago, when Ji Meng submitted to Yun Xiao, he was just a 7-stars martial master. How did he manage to break through to the realm of martial lords in such a short period of time? The utterly incomprehensible and unbelievable speed made Bai Mao's mouth drop open, standing there at a loss. Li Chunyang did not know this, but he was also surprised as he said, "When I broke through to the realm of martial lords, I spent 6 months in seclusion, and it had taken me thousands of medial-grade primordial stones, as well as countless medicinal pills to succeed. I can't believe you boy can break through the bottleneck in an instant because of an epiphany. Your luck is really amazing." Luck? Ji Meng smiled faintly in his heart. The brand new realm strengthened his heart of martial arts. He gave Yun Xiao a grateful look and then bowed to him deeply. Yun Xiao calmly accepted his bow and said with a smile, "This is your destiny. I'll get Jia Rong to refine you 10,000 birds pills so you can break through to the realm of martial kings as soon as possible. Your current cultivation base is barely enough for you to be my right-hand man." Ji Meng paused for a moment and then answered seriously, "Yes, young Master Yun. It was barely enough for a martial lord to be his right-hand man." Everyone's face grew dark. Although they did not know the real situation of Yun Xiao, only Ji Meng and Jia Rong had no doubt about his words. Qin Yu was shocked, and at the same time, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. As a prince, Bai Mao was the only martial lord who followed him, and even she was not his subordinate. In any case, he was also overjoyed and said, "Now that we have another martial lord in our camp, our chances of winning are even better. I will go to Jialan Academy to see my teacher now." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Let's not delay any more. I'll go home with my grandfather now. Ji Meng, go and bring Xiao Qingwang to me. Jia Rong, go and bring Luo Yunshang. I don't care what you do, you must invite her over." Li Chunyang smashed his fists together and said excitedly, "I will request to send the Central Army to rescue Kunjin in court tomorrow. Let's see His Majesty's attitude. Even if he refuses, I will get a deployment order from him at the very least." With Dashing and Qingwang leading the army, even if Baijian sends Yi Shaoshan to fight us, they will have to suffer a great loss. After the discussion, everyone went on to carry out their tasks, and Yun Xiao followed Li Chunyang back to the Li family. In a secret council chamber at Qin Yang's residence, in a fit of rage, Qin Yang smashed a priceless dragon chair to pieces with a palm and roared, "You had 3 martial lords while they only had 1. You had 30 martial masters while they only had 20. And you had more than 50 of the best crossbowmen from the army. However, only 4 of you have come back to see me." Trembling with anger, he pointed to Li Yi, who had a pale face, and bellowed, "How do you want to explain this to me, you damn slave?" Gao Feng's face was also very unsightly as he said coldly with a gloomy expression, "The men of my first unit are almost completely wiped out. They were my best warriors. It was you who said that this mission was foolproof, and it could not only damage Qin Yu's morale, but also eliminate a large number of experts around him. That was why I agreed to cooperate with you. Look at the result now. I managed to keep Bai Mao in check. But what have you done? How do you want to pay for the lives of more than 30 of my warriors and more than 50 of our best crossbowmen?" Li Yi was filled with shame and indignation. Looking at his wound, he gnashed his teeth and said, "This was all caused by Li Yunxiao and Ji Meng. Ji Meng had tangled my 2 senior brothers, and that Li Yunxiao cut off one of my arms. Had it not been for them, my plan would have been successful. Did I hear that right?" Qin Yang said angrily, "Ji Meng is just a 7-stars great martial master, while your 2 senior brothers are both martial lords. How could he possibly fight 2 martial lords at the same time? That Li Yunxiao is merely a warrior, and you are a great martial master. How could he have the ability to cut off your arm? Can't you make up a reasonable excuse?" Li Yi and his 2 senior brothers were flushed with shame, and they bowed their heads with their eyes full of resentment. Suppressing his anger, Li Yi said, "I'm telling the truth, that Ji Meng had taken some kind of medicinal pill, which instantly gave him the strength of a martial lord. As for that Li Yunxiao, at the mention of this name, Li Yi felt a stream of blood about to gush out of his throat. He gasped and then said in a resentful voice, that Li Yunxiao is even craftier, as he had hidden his strength so deeply. Not only does he possess a third-grade mystic weapon, but he also knows some mystic arts. When I was still in the Li family, I had already investigated him, and the results showed that he was a complete good-for-nothing. Who knew he would hide so deeply? With his crafty mind and strength, he will definitely be a major threat to your highness. Gao Feng, too, said darkly. There's something odd about this guy. That night, the mission of assassinating Qin Yu was supposed to be foolproof. But in the end, not only did we fail, but he had used some trick to turn Ji Meng over to his side. He is really a very strange guy. Qin Yang looked tired as he waved and said, I don't want to listen to your explanation anymore. How do we deal with this situation now? Give me a solution. Your Highness need not worry. Although our operation failed this time, it doesn't matter at all, Li Yi said. Isn't our plan well underway? When the Golden Lion Army Your Highness has called back from Whitehead Town returns to the capital and joins the forces of the Central Army that have submitted to Your Highness, we will be able to fully control the Central Army. At that time, the whole capital will be under Your Highness's control. Qin Yu said in a low voice, I'm not worried about this. But what about Xiao Qingwang? I think it is really possible that Li Yunxiao can cure his injury. At that time, when he chooses to support Qin Yu, who among us can deal with him? Moreover, another martial king in our state is Qin Yu's teacher, which is the biggest headache for me. There was a grim smile on Li Yi's face as he said, Your Highness can rest assured about this matter. When the time comes, my master will send an expert to assist us. This Xiao Qingwang is bound to die. Qin Yang nodded and said, If so, that would be great. I hope you don't make any mistakes again. Li Yi swore he would make things right, but there was a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. After that, he left with Guang Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen. After a moment of silence, Qin Yang asked, Commander Gao, do you think these people from Baijian are reliable? Gao Feng's eyes flashed with a murderous look as he said coldly, If they are reliable, sows can climb trees. I really feel unworthy for my 30 best warriors. Qin Yang nodded. I think so too. It seems that we still have to rely on ourselves. The matter has to be implemented more quickly, and it is also time to force the other 3 units of state guardians to declare their stance. I understand, Gao Feng said, his eyes flashing. By the way, how is Kong Rini? I've already arranged it. Lord Kong is also very angry with Li Chunyang for his unruly behavior, ignoring the law and killing the ministers. Humph. What's the use of being very angry? He is just an old man with no strength to even bind a chicken. It is all right to use him to win the hearts of the people, to wave flags, and shout for righteousness. But in this period of regime change, when killing and bleeding is everything, he is less useful than an ordinary soldier. After all, we haven't dispensed with all civilities, and the daggers have not been drawn yet. It would be nice for him to wave the flags of morality and righteousness and give Li Chunyang some trouble while reducing the Li family's increasing arrogance. Perhaps he can bring us an unexpected result. After all, Lord Kong has a great prestige, and he represents all the scholars in the state. Even Li Chunyang would not dare to defy them. I agree. If we can take this opportunity to have the Li family be despised by the world, it will be of great help to me in taking complete control of the Central Army. As long as that old codger Kong is on our side, the people will be on our side. Qin Yang's face finally became a little relaxed. He waved Gao Feng off and paced back and forth in the chamber alone. The look in his eyes kept changing, and he finally smiled and muttered to himself, These are just irrelevant small fights. As long as that matter can succeed, the throne will definitely be mine in the end, even if everyone supports you. When Yun Xiao followed Li Chunyang back to the Li family's residence, they could see a large crowd gathering at the front door from a distance. Li Chunyang's face turned cold as he said in a murderous tone, Who is so bold as to block my residence's front door? Come, let's go and have a look. They were about to approach when a figure suddenly flashed out from the side. It was Li Xian who served Li Baifeng. As soon as he appeared, he bowed to Li Chunyang and said hastily, "My lord, something bad has happened." 3 disciples of Lord Kongrini, Yan Jin, Gongsun Rang, and Yu Zixian, with about 100 scholars, many of whom are ministers in the court, have listed 10 crimes my lord has committed. They are now denouncing my lord. What? That old codger Kongrini. Li Chunyang was shocked, but his murderous aura gradually subsided as he got lost in thoughts. A moment later, he turned to Yun Xiao and frowned. "Yun Xiao, why don't we retreat for now? When these pedantic scholars have had enough, they will naturally leave." Yun Xiao raised his eyebrows and squinted at the crowd. Each one of the 100 or so scholars was holding a huge banner, on which were written various crimes. Ignoring the content, the writing was indeed fresh and beautiful, emanating an elegant air. There was no doubt that Kongrini wrote these banners himself. "Grandpa, you are bold enough to kill even civil and military ministers, so why are you afraid of these scholars? You know nothing, Yun Xiao. Killing a few ministers is irrelevant to the state or the people. But this Kongrini is different. He is a Confucian descendant, representing righteousness and morality, as well as the 5 cardinal principles of righteousness. His words and deeds are the models of almost all scholars. Even if the king and Lan Hong saw him, they have to address him as teacher. Although he is not a minister in the court, he has a great prestige. If we kill these scholars today, I fear the good name of our family will be lost, and we will be reviled by the world. They are too many mediocre people in the world. Why should we fear them? Grandpa, you showed no fear when even millions of troops were at our border. So why fear mere condemnation? The fact that this Kongrini chose to jump out at this time tells us that he should have received some benefits or been bewitched by Qin Yang. It seems that he is not a good guy either. Since he is going to overreach himself and stand in front of us, then I will remove him as well." When Yun Xiao finished speaking, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a murderous look, and his face grew cold at the same time. The way he looked at the group of scholars was as if he were looking at a group of dead people. Li Chunyang and Li Xian were both startled by the murderous aura emanated from him as they followed him anxiously. After all, the Li family was a family of martial generals, and there was still some respect for scholars in their bones. It was actually a kind of respect for the knowledge of the saints. The front door of the residence was already tightly shut. Li Baifeng had never seen such a situation before, so he hid in the residence and did not dare to show up. It was unknown how he let Li Xian out to inform Li Chunyang. More than 100 scholars, all dressed in white mourning clothes, held up the banners with the crimes and sat on a hunger strike at the front door of the Li family. The foreheads of the 3 leaders were even tied with cloth strips, on which were written loyalty and courage, benevolence and righteousness, and wisdom and faith. They were none other than Yan Jin, Gongsun Rang, and Yu Zixian, who were known among Kongrini's disciples as the 3 Wises. As soon as the crowd saw Yun Xiao, Li Chunyang, and Li Xian approaching from a distance, they immediately broke out into an uproar. One by one, they stood up and looked at them angrily. The aura of more than 100 men joined as one, and there was a faint mass of righteous energy hanging in the sky. The 3 Wises exchanged a glance and then began to shout. Deceiving the monarch, killing ministers, abusing military power, conniving subordinates, being arrogant, disregarding the laws, amassing wealth without permission, killing and ransacking political opponents, being ruthless and unsympathetic. You have committed 10 inexcusable crimes. You have committed 10 inexcusable crimes. Hundreds of men shouted in unison, their voices immediately shaking the sky. Each of these scholars shouted so hard that their faces turned red as they glared furiously at the 3 from the Li family. They felt that the righteous cause was in their hands, and they were about to subdue demons and get rid of fiends. Over at the Li family's residence, the righteous energy condensed and did not disperse, with faint signs of taking a corporeal shape. Yun Xiao picked his nose with a middle finger and soon dug out a large lump of boogers. Then, he rolled it into a ball and flicked his finger to throw it out. A gust of strong wind cut through the air and flew straight to Yan Jin's face. These men were all scholars. Even if some of them practiced martial arts, they just wanted to stay healthy, so they had no ability to resist Yunxiao's gust of wind. After rushing into the mass of righteous energy, the booger seemed to be hindered by some kind of obstacle and began to wobble, before finally falling onto Yan Jin's lip. Pooh! 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 Yan Jin kept spitting in disgust, but he still felt nauseous after doing that for more than a dozen times in a row and wanted to throw up. Li Yunxiao, how dare you insult a scholar? It seems that you are guilty of the same crimes as Li Chunyang. You have committed a heinous crime. Gongsun Rang roared as he directly pinned a label on Yunxiao. You are guilty of the same crimes. You have committed a heinous crime. The crowd roared after him. Yunxiao did not pay attention to them, but looked up doubtfully at the righteous energy in the sky. He folded his arms over his chest and supported his chin with a fist as he muttered to himself. This righteous Confucian energy is indeed somewhat special. It seems that I had some prejudice against it in the past. He put down his arms and picked his ear, then stuck 2 fingers together. The faces of the 3 wises fell. They were on high alert as they stepped back at the same time. What are you doing? Yu Zixian said angrily. Yunxiao sneered as he looked at the trio sarcastically and said, Even saints can't control when men have to shit or fart. Why, don't tell me that as Kongrani's 3 wises, you have the right to stop me from digging my ear. Gong Sun Rang frowned and said angrily, Vulgar! A faint whistle rang out as Yunxiao lightly flicked his finger. A lump of earwax pierced through the air and flew directly into Gong Sun Rang's mouth. In a fit of rage and shock, the latter belched and swallowed the earwax. Blarg! Feeling a tumble in his stomach, he immediately bent down and vomited on the spot. Yan Jin just got the booger stuck to his lip, but he ate that earwax. After vomiting for a while, he even began to vomit bile. Ha ha! Li Chunyang, who had been very worried up until now, could not help but laugh. Smelling the stench of vomit, the scholars standing around Gong Sun Rang frowned and subconsciously moved away from him. Even Yan Jin and Yu Zixian were frowning and keeping a distance from him. The whole crowd suddenly became a little sparse. Yunxiao looked up at the sky. The mass of righteous energy, which was condensed and gradually taking the shape of a saint, began to show signs of dispersing. This righteous energy is indeed composed of the Confucian divine thought of these scholars and natural primordial qi, and it seems to be a great tonic. How can I let it go to waste? All of a sudden, he gently kicked his foot to the ground, pushing himself into the air and then rushing into the mass of righteous energy. Then, he unleashed all of his divine sense and began to rotate the 1 qi of destiny. Immediately, the righteous energy all over the sky frantically poured into his body. With that, he immediately felt refreshed and inexpressibly pleased. He performed a strange incantation gesture with both hands while laughing, which expanded several times to form an invisible force field and wrap his whole body. Yunxiao was suspended over the Li family's residence with his arms and legs spread out, and there was a spherical bubble on his head, palms, and foot. He hovered motionlessly in midair, but his divine sense was rotating inside at a high speed, and the 1 qi of destiny was frantically absorbing the righteous energy. What is happening? Why can he be suspended in midair? I thought only the legendary martial grandmasters can fly. He seems to be absorbing out righteous energy. Yan Jin was also stunned, but he soon calmed down. Don't panic, everyone. This kid indeed knows witchcraft. However, the righteous energy we, the Confucian scholars, have cultivated is the most righteous energy between the heaven and earth. As someone who practices witchcraft, he is inviting death by absorbing this energy into his body. Yu Zixian showed a look of sudden enlightenment and cried out, Brother Yan is right. Don't panic, everyone. Calm down and concentrate your mind, and recite the knowledge of saints in silence, so that the righteous energy can grow stronger. Let us destroy this evil man together. More than 100 men immediately sat down and calmed their minds as they began to recite the knowledge of saints in silence. In just a flash, The faint aura of scholars began to emanate from their bodies and rise into the sky with the inaudible recitation. Li Xian opened his mouth wide and asked in astonishment, "My lord, is young Master Yun all right?" Li Chunyang was also extremely shocked. It was true that only martial grandmasters of the Six Directions realm could fly in the sky, but Yun Xiao obviously had used some kind of secret technique. He said in a low voice, "This boy should know how far to go and when to stop." At the moment, Yun Xiao was suspended in mid-air and relaxing. After being absorbed into his body, the righteous energy was not only directly converted into primordial qi and converged in his dantian, but also continued to nourish his soul. It made him feel extremely comfortable. Meanwhile, his cultivation base, which had not improved for a long time even though he had taken many thousand birds' pills, began to loosen and was gradually moving toward the peak level of the 6 stars. Is it because I cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique and great expansion divine technique at the same time? I have absorbed so much righteous energy, and yet I can't even break through another star. Yun Xiao was a little surprised. Previously, he had taken many thousand birds' pills before he reached the 6 stars level. He had had a vague feeling then, but only now did he dare to confirm it. It seems that cultivating several cultivation techniques at the same time has both advantages and disadvantages. However, now that I know the tyrant body tempering technique and the great expansion divine technique, coupled with my comprehension of martial arts, no one at the same rank as me will be my match. His primordial qi was still stuck at the bottleneck of the 6 stars level after absorbing all of the righteous energy, which slightly disappointed him. He was about to go down when he heard Yan Jin and Yu Zixin. Then, plumes of righteous energy suddenly erupted violently from the group of more than 100 scholars in the next moment, rushing toward him like waves. Fuck! Yan Jin, Yu Zixin, I love you both. Yun Xiao was overjoyed. It was like a man who did not have enough to eat and was suddenly served a table full of dishes. The pores all over him suddenly opened, greedily absorbing the pure righteous energy, while his whole mind was immersed in this wonderful feeling. In order not to let them stop the supply of righteous energy, Yun Xiao deliberately put on a pained expression and shouted angrily, You, how can you do this? You are too cruel." As a large amount of righteous energy was absorbed into his dantian, the level of his primordial qi finally reached a saturation point. A completely new realm quietly arrived near him. His meridians were all opened in an instant, and his eyes sparkled like electricity. He finally broke through and became a 7 stars warrior. He was so happy that he wanted to roar, but he continued to absorb the righteous energy greedily and cry out, "Bastard! Stop it! Stop it right now! I'm dying! Help!" The hundreds of scholars on the ground, each with a pale face and large drops of sweat rolling down his forehead, felt their energy being rapidly drained away, which had never happened before. Normally, the more they recited the knowledge of saints, the more energetic they became. Everyone must hold on. This evil man is on his last leg. Gongsun Rang gnashed his teeth. He had swallowed a lump of Yun Xiao's earwax and vomited out all his bile, now wishing he could pull the other down from midair and dismember him. Therefore, he was the one who released the strongest righteous energy among all. Li Xian was frightened as he said, "What should we do now, my lord? Young Master Yun seems to be losing it." Li Chunyang looked up at Yun Xiao in astonishment. Apart from the pained face, Yun Xiao's eyes were clear and calm, and there was no sign that he was losing it. Moreover, judging from the aura coming from midair, could it be that he had advanced another level? Finally, after about 15 minutes, the scholars could not stand it any longer. As soon as they stopped reciting the knowledge of saints, they all became listless, their bodies seeming to be hollowed out as their energies were all lost. It was as if their connection with the righteous energy had been forcibly cut off by someone. Puke! Some of the weaker scholars opened their mouths and coughed up mouthfuls of blood, then fell to the ground and fainted. Gongsun Rang also felt dizzy and was teetering from overexertion of his divine sense. Yan Jin and Yu Zixin also suffered overexertion of divine sense. They looked into the sky in horror, only to see Yun Xiao slowly descending with a calm face. Both of them and some still sober scholars were all dumbfounded. Not only did Yunxiao look unhurt, but his aura seemed to be stronger than before as well. At the moment when one of Yunxiao's feet touched the ground, the invisible forces on the top of his head, his palms, and his soles burst like bubbles and disappeared. He landed gently on the ground and straightened up, then slowly opened his eyes. In each of his pupils there seemed to be a streak of golden lightning flashing through, vanishing in an instant. The minds of all the scholars were shaken, and those who were still awake all coughed out mouthfuls of blood while dozens of them fainted on the spot. Yunxiao let out a long breath and said, "An intermediate 7 stars warrior. Not bad. If you worked harder, I should have broken through to the peak level of the 7 stars. TSK. I've only absorbed so little of your righteous energy, and yet you can't stand it any longer? Are you slacking in your studies at normal times?" His words were like a thunderbolt which exploded in the ears of all scholars in an instant. Even those scholars who had fainted were awakened. Everyone was stupefied, and their minds were completely blank. What? He is actually using our righteous energy to make a breakthrough. Puke. Many scholars vomited blood again, while Yan Jin and Gongsun Rang were so furious that they each coughed out a mouthful of blood as well and fell to the ground. Ah! Even Li Chunyang was struck dumb. His eyes were widened, but he burst out laughing in the next instant. "Ha ha! Yunxiao, you are truly my grandson. Well, when you guys return, remember to help me thank Kong Rennie for this generous gift." His words further provoked these scholars and damaged their minds, making them all crazy and somewhat absent-minded. You will die a violent death," Yan Jin cursed in a hoarse voice. "Don't think you will be fine after just coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood." Yunxiao snorted coldly as his sharp gaze swept across everyone's face. "You have blocked the front door of the Li family and accused my grandfather for no reason. Now, it is time to settle the score." He took a step forward, and a great pressure immediately fell upon the exhausted scholars like a mountain. Puke. Yan Jin, who was closest to Yunxiao, was the first to bear the brunt. Under the impact, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. What are you trying to do?" he cried out in horror. Originally, they came here with a total of more than 100 scholars vowing to take Li Chunyang down. But unexpectedly, they had all become half-dead like this before they had even said a few words, lying all over the ground. Meanwhile, the walls and ground were covered with all the blood they had coughed out. Yunxiao sneered. "What am I trying to do? You have gathered at the front door of my residence with more than 100 men, and yet you ask me what I am trying to do? Are you here to tell me jokes?" Yu Zixin steadied Yan Jin, who was backing away, and calmed down a little. Then, he stepped forward and thundered. "Your family has committed 10 crimes, which are inexcusable." He knew that this mission was about to fail, but he must hold the 5 cardinal principles of righteousness on his side and pin the 10 crimes tightly on the Li family in any case. Yunxiao's eyes flashed as he stared at him and said, "You are indeed here to tell me jokes. 10 crimes? Do you think His Majesty is blind? You are clearly saying that His Majesty is a real big asshole and a bad king, for he had failed to distinguish the loyal ones and sycophants, as well as estranged the virtuous courtiers and become close to the villains. Am I right? You. For a moment, Yu Zixin became tongue-tied and was at a loss. At that moment, Gongsun Rang hurried up and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't you avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. You are quoting out of context and talking nonsense." Yunxiao raised his head slightly and gave him a contemptuous look as he scoffed. "You? Is it because you just swallowed my earwax that you have become stupid? I don't want to talk to a person who eats excrement." Puke. Gongsun Rang was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of blood again. Having been dealt with the repeated blows, he was unsteady on his feet and kept stepping back while pointing at Yunxiao with a trembling finger. You. All the 3 wises had suffered losses and vomited blood. The rest of the scholars, who had not yet fainted, were all pale. Their eyes had become somewhat dazed after losing their energies. When they saw their 3 leaders fall one by one, they were utterly struck dumb, all staying where they were at a complete loss. The scene was completely different from what they had imagined. What should have happened was Li Chunyang surrendering under their condemnation and being executed for his crimes. Why was this happening? Brother Zhou, Brother Zhang, Brother Meng, Brother Shirtu. One by one, the gifted scholars who usually gave out advice on the state affairs all fell on the ground like dead pigs. Amidst puddles of their own blood, Li Chunyang too was dumbfounded. He could not believe that a group of pedantic scholars, whose only means of scraping a living was through lip service, were coughing blood with anger because of what his grandson had said. There was a strong smell of blood in the air, so Yun Xiao frowned and said, "Originally, you would surely die for offending my family, but for the sake of helping me advance, I will give you another chance." How arrogant! We are disciples of the saints, the scholars. Do you dare to kill us? One of the scholars shouted angrily. Yun Xiao ignored him and reached out a hand before waving in the air. Immediately, a banner flew into his grip, which read, 10 crimes? Inexcusable. With a sarcastic smile, his figure flashed and arrived in front of the scholar who had just spoken in the next instant. Then, he lightly slapped the top of the scholar's head with a palm. Pa! Just like that, the scholar's head cracked like a watermelon, pale yellow brains and bright red blood spurting out and spilling all over the ground. After that, Yun Xiao slapped him on the chest, causing a stream of blood, as thick as an arm, to spew out of the now headless neck. Everyone gasped and felt cold all over. They had never seen such cruelty before. These scholars, who spent their days studying the books of saints, appreciating flowers, the moon, the autumn scenery, and not even daring to slaughter chickens and ducks, were utterly struck dumb. It was then that fear began to creep into them, and they finally realized that they were in big trouble now. Yun Xiao threw the white banner over the stream of blood, and the blood immediately washed away the few large words. He clenched his palm into a fist, with which a large mass of blood gathered in the air and then moved over the banner under his control. Soon, a few bright red words appeared on the back of the banner. Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise. He threw the banner into the middle of the group of scholars and said lightly, "Hold this banner and walk around the city 3 times. Shout out the words on it every 3 steps. I will send someone to follow you, and I will kill all those who do not shout, who shout wrongly, and whose voice is not loud enough." Li Yunxiao, aren't you afraid of being condemned by the world and— Yu Zixin pointed angrily at Yun Xiao and scolded. But all of a sudden, he felt a pain in his neck, and then found that his body was shrinking in his sight. At the same time, the ground was moving away from him, and everyone was looking up at him in horror. At this moment, he was shocked to realize that his head had been cut off and thrown up into the air. Pa! Yun Xiao snapped a long bamboo growing in a corner of the roadside with one hand and poked it through Yu Zixin's head, holding it like a meatball stick. "I'll call this bamboo pole 100 heads pole. Let's see how many heads I can hang on it." The scholars' faces instantly turned pale and their whole bodies went cold. Yun Xiao had killed Yu Zixin, one of the 3 wises, and hung his head on a bamboo pole without even batting an eye. So, for him to kill them, the so-called gifted scholars, was as easy as killing ants. Yan Jin and Gong Sun Rang froze on the spot. They felt as if they were in a trance, and everything was so unreal. The companion who had been reciting poems and sleeping at the riverside with them yesterday was now reduced to a humble corpse, with his head stuck high on a bamboo pole. Yun Xiao walked up to Yan Jin with the bamboo pole and said coldly without emotion, "I'll give you 3 breaths. Shout out the words on the banner." Yan Jin shivered. He mustered up his last bit of courage as he gritted his teeth and said, "A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Although I die today, my name will live forever. You may have one for now, but you'll be damned forever." Yun Xiao ignored him and counted calmly, 1. The word 1 struck Yan Jin like a hammer, making him tremble. Although scholars had moral integrity, who could hold it firmly when facing a real crisis of life and death? He only felt that the 3 breaths were as long as 100 years. But when Yun Xiao shouted 2, he felt that the time passed too fast. 2. His body trembled violently again, his eyes full of complexity and fear while his lips were shaking as well. He looked a little out of his mind at this moment. 3. As the word 3 was shouted out, Yun Xiao's indifferent expression remained unchanged, but a murderous aura exploded out of him. He took out the Tai-Yin sword, the blade of which glinted sharply under the sunlight. Yan Jin felt a tingling pain in his eyes, and as he looked at the bloody head on the bamboo pole, he saw its face seem to have changed into his. Suddenly, the last bit of courage in him melted away like snow under the hot sun. Ah! No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Young Master Yun, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. He had a complete mental breakdown and fell to his knees in front of Yun Xiao. The rest of the scholars all covered their faces with hands and wept bitterly. Yun Xiao put the sword on Yan Jin's shoulder and said indifferently, "Shout out! Shout out!" Yan Jin looked up shakily at the scarlet words on the banner and burst into tears. As soon as he began to cry, he seemed to put down all his obsession as he shouted out, "Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise." All the scholars turned their faces away with sadness welling up in their hearts. Among the 5 constant virtues of Confucius, the most important virtue was the respect for heaven, earth, monarch, parents, and teacher. Whether or not Yan Jin could save his life today, his sin of insulting the teacher alone was enough to make him never hold up his head again. Yun Xiao said with satisfaction, "Good. This is more like it." Then, he put the sword on Gong Sun Rang's shoulder and said coldly, "What about you?" Gong Sun Rang bowed his head in pain, but he was more decisive than Yan Jin. "Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise." "Ha ha. Good. After eating my excrement, you've become cleverer. These pretenses of righteousness are not even a fart in front of me." Yun Xiao's face grew cold as he pointed to the rest of the scholars and said coldly, "If any of you do not shout within 3 breaths, I will kill you." A chill emanated from the sword and instantly enveloped everyone's heart. Meanwhile, the sky seemed to turn dark as well, making them feel depressed. I'll do it." Finally, someone began to break down, weeping and shouting, "Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise." He had opened the gap, and as even Yan Jin and Gong Sun Rang had already shouted, the rest had nothing to worry about. After all, being alive was more important than anything else. Consequently, the air was immediately filled with shouts. For a moment, all the people in the residence were startled. They thought they heard it wrong. Weren't these scholars scolding their old master just now? Why had it changed? Why were they insulting Kong Rini now? After listening to it several times and confirming what they heard, they hurried to inform Li Baifeng about it. Li Chunyang and Li Xian were frozen in place as well. Even though they were there, they could not believe what they saw and heard. Each one of these scholars, who took saints as their spiritual support, was lambasting Kong Rini. Such a sudden change completely overturned their knowledge. "Why are you shouting so unhappily?" Yun Xiao frowned and said, "I don't want to hear an unhappy voice. Now, all of you have to shout happily. I'll add one more rule. I'll kill anyone who weeps or doesn't laugh." Everyone gasped and immediately stopped weeping as they began to laugh. "Ha ha! Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise. Ha ha! A real tortoise. Ha ha ha!" Li Chunyang fainted again. Only then did Yun Xiao show a smile and say approvingly, "This is more like it." He beckoned at Li Xian and handed him the bamboo pole as he said, "Take this group of people around the capital 3 times. Remember the rules I just mentioned. Kill anyone who dares to violate them, and hang their heads on this bamboo pole. I want to see how many heads are hanging on it when you come back." All the scholars trembled and shouted harder and louder. Meanwhile, Li Xian raised the bamboo pole and led the group through the streets. Soon, the whole capital boiled up, and everyone ran out to watch as they heard the shouts of this group of scholars. "Ha ha! Kong Rini is a false righteous man, a real tortoise. Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Li Baifeng was calmly drinking tea in the residence. It was just a group of scholars demonstrating outside. As long as they did not rush in, he was safe. Everything would be settled when the old master came back. Fourth master. Fourth master. A servant trotted in. What is it? Why are you so panicked? 9527. Li Baifeng put down his cup and asked in alarm. Did they break in? 9527 said hurriedly. No, fourth master. They are lambasting Kong Rini outside, saying that he is a false righteous man and a real tortoise, and they sound very happy. What? Li Baifeng was stunned. He lifted his cup and took a sip of tea, then pondered for a brief moment and said, Isn't that weird? Come. Let's go out and have a look. Call all the guards in the residence. When they opened the front door nervously, they were shocked to find Li Chunyang and Yunxiao standing out there. Li Baifeng said stupidly, My lord? Yunxiao? You are back? Where are those scholars? Humph! What a useless thing. Li Chunyang looked very angry as he kicked Li Baifeng away and strode in, with Yunxiao smiling faintly as he followed inside. Li Baifeng felt a little puzzled. He also wanted to follow, but Li Chunyang stopped him. Hold it right there. You go outside the door and clean up the place. Don't follow Yunxiao and me. The old and the young went straight to the courtyard and entered the secret chamber. Meanwhile, Li Baifeng went outside the door with a group of servants. Looking at the blood all over the ground and the wall, as well as the two headless bodies, everyone was immediately shocked. He thought to himself, Did my lord kill all the scholars in his anger? But where are the bodies? Where have all the bodies gone? Inside the secret chamber, Chen Dashing was fast asleep. After checking his condition, Yunxiao frowned and said, His condition is worse than I expected, but it doesn't matter. With me here, he can't die even if he wants to. Li Chunyang watched nervously as Yunxiao stuffed a medicinal pill into Chen Dashing's mouth. How long will it take him to wake up? He asked. He knew about Chen Dashing's current state. The longer he stayed in a coma, the worse it would be. He needed to stay awake as much as possible. Yunxiao chuckled. He's awake. Sure enough, Chen Dashing slowly opened his eyes. After taking a good look at the people in the chamber, he said with a wry smile, I fainted again. This time I was lucky to wake up, but I don't know if I will have such good luck next time. Yunxiao said, Try to stand up. Chen Dashing looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, Try to stand up? I haven't stood for 5 years. His words suddenly stopped. Then a strange look appeared on his face, and his eyes were full of shock. I can feel my legs. He cried out excitedly. Boy, how did you do it? Yunxiao smiled and said, It's actually very simple. You are suffering from an extreme cold poison. That Sun Zhengzong only knows how to refine melting pills to nourish you, but it can only treat the symptoms. The method of eradication is not only to neutralize the ice, but also to remove the cold poison. This mysterious fire pill of mine can ward off cold and dispel poison, but it is only a second-grade medicinal pill. Therefore, we also need pure yang energy to help you heal your injury. As he explained, Chen Dashing had already propped his hands on the edge of the barrel and stood up, before slowly releasing his hands. Fearing that he might fall, Li Chunyang stepped forward to help him, only to be hugged by him. Chen Dashing trembled with excitement and wept with joy. Brother, after all these years, I can finally stand again. Good brother, good brother. Li Chunyang, too, was excited and hugged Chen Dashing tightly. For the past 5 years, while Chen Dashing had suffered, so had Li Chunyang. Chen Dashing wiped away his tears and said happily, Brother, you have a good grandson. I envy you so much. Li Chunyang said with a wry smile, This boy. He found himself at a loss for words to describe this grandson. So he suddenly sighed and said, Well, if I had told him about you earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have suffered so much. Chen Dashing laughed. I'm so happy I can stand up now. I can't ask for anything else. Lord Chen, you have to lead the army east in a few days, so you can't be so depressed, Yunxiao said with a smile. Lead the army east? Chun Dashing paused for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! You boy can really joke." He pointed to his head and said, "I can only recall my military career here." Yunxiao smiled and said, "Why don't we make a bet?" Chun Dashing was dumbfounded as he looked at Li Chunyang, who was smiling without saying a word, and asked in astonishment, "Brother, what he said can't be true, can it?" Li Chunyang patted him on the shoulder and sighed, "Brother, although your injury has not healed yet, I need your help again." With his eyes widened, Chun Dashing burst out laughing. "Ha ha! I can't believe I would have the chance to put on my battle suit and gallop through the battlefield again. Brother, if you need any help, just tell me. I'll definitely do as you bid. We'll discuss this later." Li Chunyang nodded and said. Then he turned to stare at Yunxiao, his eyes glowing green as if he was looking at a treasure vault. Yunxiao felt a chill run down his spine, and he asked warily, "Why? What are you looking at?" With a look of gratification on his face, Li Chunyang said, "You are indeed a second-tier alchemist. Now I really believe it." Suddenly, his face lit up with greed and his eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, "A second-tier alchemist must have many good things, right? At first I was really fooled by you, but now when I look back, that medicinal pill which allowed Ji Meng to instantly break through to the realm of martial lords should be refined by you, right? Also, what is the 1,000 birds pill you gave Ji Meng? I am your grandfather, so you can't give me anything lesser than him." It turned out that he was trying to blackmail Yunxiao. Yunxiao said with a wry smile, "I don't have anything good with me." Li Chunyang's face darkened as he said angrily, "You don't have anything good? Where is the secret vault of the family? Answer me." He scolded in rage. "Heavens! The wealth our family has accumulated for hundreds of years has been completely emptied by you. I wouldn't be so angry if you just emptied the secret vault. But now the whole secret vault has disappeared. Heavens! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Are you so poor that you have to take away even a cave?" This, traces of cold sweat oozed out of Yunxiao's forehead. He did not intend to tell anyone about the Divine Realm tablet. Looking at Li Chunyang's carnivorous eyes, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it over while saying, "These are the 1,000 birds pills, a medicinal pill that stimulates the potential of the human body through toxicity. After taking it, the body will be extremely uncomfortable. But when the medicinal strength disappears, there will be no problem or side effects left." The effect of 1,000 birds pill on him was getting weaker and weaker, and it was useless for him to keep them. So he took them out generously. A medicinal pill that can stimulate the potential of the human body without side effects? Li Chunyang took the bottle with great joy and put it in his pocket, then continued to squint at Yunxiao. "Damn it! You are not going to continue to blackmail me, are you? In other families, it is the elders who give the juniors things. Where is the secret vault? Where is the cave? This is a bottle of rain pills which can clear the mind, keep the mind calm during meditation, and get rid of all distractions and mental demons." "What? A medicinal pill that can get rid of mental demons?" Li Chunyang quickly grabbed the bottle and took off the cap, putting it to his nose for a sniff. Then, he pocketed it with a look of disbelief. When meditating, the most feared thing was to be disturbed by mental demons. If one could not get rid of distractions and keep the mind calm, then meditation was harmful and useless, not to mention capable of improving one's cultivation base. This kind of medicinal pill had always been in high demand but short-supplied on the market because no one would sell it. After extorting 2 bottles of pills, Li Chunyang stopped giving Yunxiao a hard time. After all, Yunxiao was his grandson and could not be drained in one go. He would have plenty of opportunities in the future. Yunxiao shivered as he looked at how Li Chunyang stared at him, as if he was a fat pig. Li Chunyang suddenly smiled and said, "All the guests are here, so let's go out and meet them." The whole residence was covered by his divine sense, and nothing that happened could escape his perception. Xiao Qingwang, Luo Yunshang, Jia Rong, and Ji Meng had been brought to the council hall by Li Baifeng, and various teas and snacks had been served as Li Chunyang helped Chun Dashing in. Xiao Qingwang's pupils constricted and he rose abruptly from his chair. Staring at the two men in horror, he cried out, "Chen Dashing? And you, Li Chunyang? Since when did you become a martial king?" Luo Yunshang was not familiar with Chen Dashing, so she did not have much emotional fluctuation. But when she heard that Li Chunyang had stepped into the realm of martial kings, her eyes were instantly filled with shock. Chen Dashing looked on with melancholy as if he was recalling something. He smiled wryly and said, "Qing Wang, we haven't seen each other for 5 years." Xiao Qingwang stared at him for a while, and then said in a low voice, "You were also attacked by the extreme cold poison. I thought you were dead." With a bitter smile, Chen Dashing shook his head. After Li Chunyang helped him sit down, he sighed and told the story again. After hearing his story, Xiao Qingwang flew into a rage and said, "Chunyang, why didn't you come to me at the beginning? If it were really His Majesty's doing, I would never sit by idly." Li Chunyang sighed. "You were also seriously injured then, and I had only become a martial lord at that time. I didn't have the strength to handle it, so I had to hide Dashing." Xiao Qingwang became silent. In the past few years, his influence had also gradually declined. Although his title of a martial king was still there, it was getting weaker every day, to the point where he could not control all 5 units of the state guardians. After looking at Chen Dashing and then at Yun Xiao, his eyes brightened and he asked directly, "Young Master Yun, have you found a method to treat our injuries?" Yun Xiao nodded. "Yes, I have refined a pill called Mysterious Fire Pill, which can suppress the extreme cold poison. However, its grade is too low, only 2nd grade, and its medicinal strength is limited. If you wish to fully recover, you'll need Teacher Luo's pure yang energy." He toyed with the pill bottle in his hand and said, his eyes wandering a little, "If I completely cure your injury, I hope you can do something for my family." Xiao Qingwang was overjoyed as someone could finally solve the problem that had troubled him for many years. But when he heard the second half of Yun Xiao's words, he was lost in thought. Before long, he said seriously, "I understand this. We should always repay the favor others have bestowed upon us. I can do 3 things for you unconditionally, as long as you don't put me in a too difficult a position." "Well, 3 things are enough." Yun Xiao's eyes burst with a light as he laughed and handed over the pill bottle containing the mysterious fire pill with both hands. Yun Xiang did not seem to care about these things. She just looked at Yun Xiao in shock and asked in horror, You have refined a 2nd grade medicinal pill? How did you make it?" Yun Xiao did not know how to explain it, so he spread out his hands as he put on a helpless look and said, "I don't know either. I refined it by accident. Luck, it must be luck." Yun Xiang recovered herself after a brief absence. There was a strange look in her eyes as she shook her head and said, "I see. You have been hiding so deep that even I have been fooled by you. I was so worried about you." Yun Xiao was slightly moved. He knew that Yun Xiang had really cared about him in the past, but after he learned that the person in her mind was actually his previous life, he immediately had a strange feeling. As a result, he felt very unnatural whenever he saw her. So, he said with sincere gratitude, "Teacher Luo, thanks for everything you have done for me. This time, if you help Lord Chen and Commander Xiao heal their internal injuries, the Li family will definitely pay you a satisfactory reward." Shaking her head, she said, "Commander Xiao and Lord Chen are the backbones of the state, so it is my duty to help them. You don't have to pay me anything. If you have the inspiration one day, don't forget to play the Guangling melody for me. I really want to hear it." The expression on her face was unusually calm, but when she mentioned Guangling melody, her eyes seemed to ripple with emotions. Yun Xiao's mood seemed to ripple with the look in her eyes as well. He was shocked, and quickly looked away, lowering his head as he said seriously, "I will definitely play the melody for you." When he said that, his mood seemed a little depressed. Yun Xiang paused for a moment, then nodded and said nothing more. After some further discussion, the crowd decided to stay at the Li family's residence. Yun Xiao put Jia Rong in charge of the treatment, and after giving him some instructions, he went on to cultivate in seclusion. The next day, Li Chunyang went to court early in the morning in order to obtain the military deployment order. It was the first time Yun Xiao had entered the family training room. It was much more magnificent than the academies, but there was no gravity array. Anyhow, he had Black Girl with him, which always put 10 times the force of gravity on him. The cultivation techniques he was cultivating were the best, and he used the most correct way of cultivation. Even if there was some snag, he should have made the breakthrough and become a martial master long ago according to his original expectations. However, even after he had absorbed the toxins in Meng Bai's body and the righteous energy that more than 100 scholars had spent many years to cultivate, he still remained as a 7 stars warrior. It puzzled him so much. He exhaled deeply and performed an incantation gesture with both hands, then held his breath and concentrated his mind, sending his divine sense into the divine realm tablet inside his dantian. Previously, when he used the eye technique, some strange reactions seemed to have occurred in the tablet, and its internal space could allow the Great Expansion divine technique to completely manifest. This gave him the urge to unleash this artifact's potential as quickly as possible. His divine sense manifested itself in the tablet and transformed into his appearance as it stood quietly in the independent space. I have seen many mystic weapons with a hidden independent space. They all refine simple space laws into artifacts through arrays, but the space here is dead space. Xianxia muttered to himself as he looked at the white clouds floating in the bright, clear sky. He took a deep breath and said strangely, "The space here seems to be a world of its own, like a mystic realm, and it seems alive?" He dared to be 100% sure that the refining method of this tablet was far above his understanding. After frowning and pondering for a while, a light flashed through his eyes and he said in a low voice, "No one in the whole heavenly martial continent has the ability to refine this divine realm tablet." His feet trod lightly on the ground, and he quietly felt the rhythm of the space. After staring at his body for a long time, he said to himself, "The rules in this tablet seem to be different from those in the outside world, which are able to let the divine sense manifest and the soul take shape." He took a few random steps and made a few movements, following which, his expression suddenly became a little strange. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia's soul form sat cross-legged down in the divine realm tablet and performed an incantation gesture with both hands, just like his true self in the outside world. Together, both his forms began to meditate. The difference between them was that his true self was absorbing the natural primordial chi in the outside world, while his soul form was condensing soul power in the divine realm tablet. They were meditating at the same time, and even though they were spiritually connected and came from the same origin, they did not distract each other. Sure enough, the laws of the world in here are different. His eyes lit up and his face beamed with joy as he said excitedly, "It means I can divide myself into two when meditating and cultivate my soul and my flesh at the same time. In this way, even though my cultivating path is tougher than that of others, I can save half the time. Moreover, the Great Expansion divine technique can be manifested in the divine realm tablet. With all these combined, my goal of restoring the soul power of a 9th-tier alchemist is no longer so distant. It was 100 times more difficult to cultivate the soul than martial arts." Although Xianxia had various soul cultivation techniques up his sleeves, there was never a shortcut in the path of the Great Tao. No matter how good the resources one had, one could not omit hardship and the tempering of time. It was through endless cultivation that a warrior or alchemist could become a hero. Although Xianxia still could not understand this divine realm tablet, he was already spiritually connected with it. He knew it was because he was too weak now, and his priority was to increase his strength as soon as possible. His soul began to cultivate the Great Expansion divine technique in the divine realm tablet while his body performed the various strange moves of the tyrant body tempering technique in the secret chamber. In the meantime, he carefully controlled the gravity force to make himself struggle on the verge of collapse. Only in this way could he keep breaking through. Slowly, he increased the gravity force to 30-fold, which was the limit he could withstand right now. His muscles and limbs were stretched taut, and he could feel waves of tremendous ache and distending pain coming from them. His soul form in the tablet felt that too, and it frowned slightly. Suddenly, a faint light about the size of a bean shot out of the forehead of his true self, and then from within the tablet came flying out 10 inferior-grade primordial stones, hovering in a row in front of him. Bam! 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 Xiao waved his hand with the miniature black girl. A beam of golden light flashed through the air, and all 10 primordial stones exploded in the next instant, causing the natural primordial chi in them to spread out like boiling water vapor. The shattered stones turned into colorless powder and scattered within the secret chamber. Drain now, 1 chi of destiny. He straightened up, and his taut body bounced back to its original form, no longer in the queer posture. Then, he put his palms together and sat down while the pores all over him seemed to open at once. Meanwhile, the millions of cells in him began to breathe as the rich primordial chi that filled the secret chamber poured over to him. His breathing matched the movement of the blood and chi throughout his body. With an inhale, he drained half of the primordial chi contained in the 10 primordial stones, which was then converted into the purest energy and circulated within him. During the process, more than half of the primordial chi would eventually be lost, a small part would be absorbed by his flesh, and what was left would condense and settle down before returning to his dantian through the meridians, becoming a part of his energy. Xiao opened his eyes, and his face was covered with shock and surprise. Soul, body, and chi are indeed inextricably linked with each other. With the help of the first 2, I was able to absorb about 8 inferior-grade primordial stones at a time by circulating the 1 chi of destiny. In my previous life, when I was at this level, it would be a feat if I could absorb even 2 at a time. His eyes gleamed as he said to himself, under the condition of cultivating the 3 at the same time, I need several times as much primordial chi as an average warrior to make a breakthrough, but I also absorb primordial chi several times faster. In this way, I'm not in a disadvantageous position. And if I continue to cultivate this way, even the energy of Low Star's martial masters may not be as vast and pure as mine. By the time I return to the peak of the 9 heavens realm, there will be no one on the whole heavenly martial realm that can match my strength. With enthusiasm in his eyes, Xiao took out handfuls of primordial stones and threw them into the air, then kept hitting them with Black Girl. 1 stone after another exploded, and the concentration of primordial chi in the chamber soon was so high that it almost solidified. Drain them all, 1 chi of destiny. If these primordial chi were left as they were, they would eventually return to nature. However, under the power of his 1 chi of destiny, he seemed to have become the center of a tornado while the primordial chi around him kept rushing into him like smaller tornadoes. No one would have believed their eyes if they were given a chance to witness this. Goo. His body suddenly began to make all kinds of strange noises as it expanded like a balloon at a speed visible to the naked eye while his meridians were suddenly enlarged several times. Not good. I've absorbed too much. I'm too greedy. He was horrified to find that under the influx of such a large amount of primordial chi, his body's endurance reached its peak in a very short period of time, and he felt that all his limbs and bones were going to burst. Screw it. I've never feared death. It's just the primordial chi of hundreds of inferior-grade primordial stones. They can't make me burst. His eyes turned red, and his veins and meridians bulged, covering him all over like the tangled branches of an old tree, making him look very horrible. Roar! 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 Suppressed roars burst out of his chest like thunder. Then his skin began to crack with blood gushing out of them. Even his eyes were bleeding at this point. Yet, his expression was unusually calm, and his eyes were as clear as water. The chamber suddenly quieted down, and the primordial chi that had been swirling madly became slow and began to stop flowing. Xiao sat there motionless as if he had lost his life, and even the light in his eyes began to fade slowly. This feeling, is it really too much for me? Is my body beginning to disintegrate? What a joke! How is that possible? He jerked his head up and his eyes shone brightly again, as if there were stars exploding in them. Meanwhile, his soul in the divine realm tablet suddenly disappeared, and his divine sense returned to his mind. Roar! As an unyielding roar burst out of his mouth, his eyes widened. His palms clenched into fists, and his bones crackled. Then, all of a sudden, the quieted-down primordial chi in the chamber was pulled once again and began to pour crazily into his body. Screw you, the realm of the 7 stars warrior. I will run you over like nothing. He let out a roar, and then used his powerful divine sense to guide the large amount of primordial qi pouring into his body to rush frantically at the bottleneck of the Seven Stars realm, slamming at it over and over again like waves. His blood and qi were boiling as bloody blisters emerged one after another over his skin. He clenched his jaws tightly while all his 7 orifices were bleeding profusely. Boom! A loud boom thundered in his mind, and he immediately felt relaxed. Meanwhile, a brand new power poured into his limbs and meridians, making him feel extremely pleasant and comfortable. I've done it at last. Haha. I'm not dead yet. Haha. Xianxia laughed and his eyes were full of madness. Just now, if he had been unlucky or careless, his body would have exploded and killed him. But which one of those martial arts experts was not as crazy as him? While feeling the power of an 8 stars warrior running through him, Xianxia's heart was filled with a lingering fear. He thought to himself that he would never risk his life again like this. He was lucky this time, but it did not mean that he would be as lucky every time. If anything wrong happened even once, he would die instantly. There was a separate restroom and bathroom in the secret chamber, where he washed the blood off his body and changed into a clean suit. The gashes on his skin also recovered rapidly under the power of his energy. Just as he was about to continue his meditation and stabilize his cultivation base, someone sent a voice transmission from outside the door, saying that he had something urgent to discuss with him. He frowned, and his face showed a trace of displeasure and helplessness as he opened the door and walked out. Standing outside the door was his grandfather. As soon as he saw Xianxia came out, he smiled awkwardly and cleared his throat. Well, I really didn't want to disturb you, but, what's going on? You made it to an 8 stars warrior. He swallowed what he had meant to say as his eyes grew wide and his mouth opened large enough to fit a watermelon. Xianxia frowned and said, Tell me, what is it? If you didn't disturb me, I was planning to come out after I became a martial master. Ah! Li Chunyang was dumbfounded and seemed completely stunned. After all, what he saw was too shocking and incredible. The day before yesterday, Xianxia had just absorbed the righteous energy of the group of scholars and broken through to the 7 stars realm. But how did he become an 8 stars warrior after only 2 nights? How was that possible? Even if Xianxia took 9th grade medicinal pills as his meal every day, he still could not have achieved such an absurd result. If he continued to make progress at this rate, wouldn't he announce that he had become a martial sovereign in a few months? Xianxia turned to enter the chamber. If you have nothing to tell me, I will continue to meditate. Hold on. I do have something to tell you. Li Chunyang grabbed Xianxia in a hurry. He tried to take the tremendous shock in his heart as an illusion, and only then did he come to his senses. Then, he held his breath and decided not to probe Xianxia's strength again, so that he would not lose his composure. After he had calmed down, he quickly gave a brief account of the matter. It was about the military deployment order. Li Chunyang had not gone to the court. After the incident of the 3 wises, all the scholars had either retired, returned to their hometowns, or become mad. And all of a sudden, the business of the flower boats along the Qinhuai River became extremely bad. It angered Kong Rini so much that he vomited blood and had a high fever. Even so, he asked someone to carry him on a stretcher to the court and called upon all the imperial preceptors from the imperial colleges, waiting for Li Chunyang to give him an explanation. This scared Li Chunyang, and he quickly slipped away when he saw them from a distance. He heard that they were still waiting in the court today and would not give up until he appeared. Out of desperation, he came here and called Xianxia out. Fuck! They are just a group of weak scholars. What are you afraid of, Grandpa? Kill whoever stands in your way, said Xianxia fiercely with a murderous look in his eyes. Li Chunyang's heart skipped a beat as he said with a wry smile, If they were ordinary ministers, it'd not be a big deal for me to kill them. However, this Kong Rini is a descendant of Confucius. He represents the orthodox Confucianism, and his words and deeds are examples of all the scholars in the world. If I kill him, I'll definitely be criticized by the whole world, and I'll be poked in the back wherever I go. Xianxia stared at him with piercing eyes. Grandpa, You still attach yourself too much to the secular world. He sighed and shook his head. You know, for people like us who pursue martial arts, what we should pay attention to is strength. After all, whoever has the greatest strength will have the right to speak, and we should never hesitate to repay kindness and take revenge. The so-called orthodox Confucianism is nothing but a tool used by secular emperors to fool the common people. In our eyes, it is no different from dung. When we hold sway and smile proudly over the clouds, who do you think, among all the people in the world, would dare to scold us? Li Chunyang was struck dumb. Yunxiao's words exploded in his mind like thunder, filling his head with a buzzing noise. People like us should reign over the world. Grandpa, you've been on the battlefield for so many years and experienced so many battles, and you've never been afraid. Why are you afraid of a mere pedantic Confucian scholar today? Don't let me look down on you. Yunxiao's eyes grew cold and a strong, undisguised murderous aura spread from him. I'll kill those pedantic worms today. Let's see who can stop me. What Yunxiao said had struck his ears like the roar of thunder and given him a feeling of sudden enlightenment, as if the path of martial arts had suddenly opened up before his eyes. If a man was timid in doing things, how could he succeed? A warrior should always advance bravely. The murderous aura emanated from Yunxiao was so tremendous that it flowed with the air as he walked and pressed in the face of Li Chunyang, making the martial king shudder and creating a storm in his heart. He was a veteran who had galloped on the battlefield for many years and killed countless people, and yet he was still frightened by it. It was a kind of fear rising from the deepest part of the soul, a primal fear. How could this boy have such a strong murderous aura? It's like he once killed hundreds of millions of people and was entangled with countless karma. Even I felt a little scared in front of him. Li Chunyang's eyes were filled with confusion. He found that he knew less and less about this grandson. The murderous aura was emanated by the soul. Although Yunxiao did not kill as many people as Li Chunyang in his previous life, they were all almighty experts, and the murderous aura of each of them was at least 10,000 times more than Li Chunyang's. And because he once stood at the peak of the continent, the supreme temperament from the depths of his soul was simply awe-inspiring. Soon, the two of them started for the court, riding side by side on white horses. Along the way, they made no effort to conceal their aura, so the people on both sides of the street had already felt a shudder of fear and quickly moved away even from a long distance. As they rode, Li Chunyang studied his grandson's expression. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, but at the same time, it also gave birth to a desire to pursue the endless road of martial arts. Originally, he was already satisfied after he became a martial king and felt that he had reached the peak of his life. But at this moment, as he sensed the Grandmaster's aura exuded from Yunxiao, he immediately felt that he was too narrow-minded, and that he had only just started in martial arts. He secretly made a decision that after he had helped Qinyu, he would completely cut his ties with the secular affairs and devote himself to cultivation. Who goes there? This is the front gate of the palace. You must not be rude. Dismount and walk immediately. The pupils of the guards stationed in front of the palace constricted when they saw two white horses charging at them from a far distance. They were shocked by the boldness of the two men, and one of the guards quickly took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. With a sullen look on his face, Yunxiao focused his voice into a line and spewed it out, making it explode over the palace. There is an urgent situation on the front line, and I have important military information to report to His Majesty directly. Please forgive me for being rude, but this cannot be delayed. Startled, the guard cried out hurriedly. No matter what urgent information you have to report, you must dismount immediately and wait for us to inform His Majesty. It's too late. Get out of the way. You are not allowed to be rude here. Dismount immediately. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you? If you don't dismount, you will die. Well, you asked for it. Yunxiao sighed softly. In the blink of an eye, two white horses had rushed to the front of the palace as the two guards quickly drew their sabers. With a hint of determination in his eyes, Yunxiao unsheathed the sword of Tai Yin, its blade gleaming coldly as its tip stabbed the guard's eyes in an instant. Then, it flashed again, sending 2 heads tumbling up into the air. Li Chunyang's pupils constricted slightly. "Why kill them? You can just teach them a lesson," he said in a low voice. As a veteran who had led troops for many years, he regarded his subordinates as his kin. Yun Xiao narrowed his eyes and his murderous aura grew stronger. "I'm here to kill today." While frowning, Li Chunyang fell silent and just rode behind Yun Xiao. His grandson's actions and thoughts were completely beyond his understanding now, but at the same time the latter also gave him a supreme feeling. Therefore, he did not want to interfere with him now and just wanted to quietly watch how he would handle the matter. In any case, Yun Xiao still had him, a martial king, behind him. In the worst-case scenario, they could just leave the state. No one in the entire Tianshui could stop him save for the one from Jialan Academy. After listening to Yun Xiao's words, his obsession with secular affairs gradually faded, and he no longer cared about such things as loyalty to his state. Who was so bold to intrude the palace and kill the guards? Several angry voices were heard from inside the palace while many guards began to crowd in from all directions. It was the morning session of the court right now, so all the ministers were in the great hall, and the stretcher on which Kong Rini lay was also placed in the corridor inside the hall. Meanwhile, hundreds of imperial preceptors from the Imperial College also knelt outside the hall. "I'm the son of General Feilong, Li Yunxiao. I have an urgent military intelligence to report to His Majesty. Since it is extremely urgent, I can't wait for the guards to inform. Please get out of the way," Yunxiao said loudly while his sword gleamed coldly. The guards had surrounded the two of them, but no one dared to approach. "I don't care who you are. Since you dare to kill the palace guards, you will die today." A figure rose into the air. The man was round and stout, and when he spun in the air toward Yunxiao, his huge sleeves filled with air, making him look like a colorful ball. He came over Yunxiao in the blink of an eye, and he threw out his short arm and thrust his palm at Yunxiao along with a loud cry. Meanwhile, dark clouds appeared in the sky while a power of 4 different colors converged in his palm, forming waves of strong pressure that kept pressing down. Yunxiao was completely trapped by the force. Not only was he unable to move, but his body was also under tremendous pressure, as if a mountain was bearing down on him. Under the pressure, his steed let out a piercing whine, then exploded into a puddle of blood and bones and flesh. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Level 3 stars of the 4 quadrants realm. A martial lord expert." Li Chunyang was very surprised. He knew this man was the head of the palace guards, Jing Feibai, but he did not expect his strength to be at this level. Without waiting for the man's palm to fall, he suddenly leaped from the horseback at a speed that was hard for the naked eye to see. Bam! The crowd only saw that the 2 figures seemed to have collided in the air. Then the fat one coughed out a lot of blood before spinning away like a ball that had its air leaked. Yunxiao was the only one who saw his grandfather grab Jing Feibai's arm and break it, then kick him in the chest. With a solemn expression, Li Chunyang fell from the air and said coldly in a powerful voice, "How dare you stop us from reporting urgent military intelligence? If anyone dares to get in our way again, I will kill him." The faces of all the guards around turned pale in an instant. They could not believe Jing Feibai, who was as powerful as a god in their hearts, was so vulnerable, and they all recognized who this old man was. The Duke of Jingwa, Li Chunyang. Now, they were even more frightened, and no one dared to stop them. Li Chunyang glanced around coldly, then nodded slightly at Yunxiao, which meant, "We can go now, and I'll be behind you today. Let's see who dares to stop you." Yunxiao knew the old man was waiting to see his performance today. He smiled, then strode forward while cried out, "I'm General Feilong's son, Li Yunxiao. I have an urgent military intelligence to report to His Majesty." His voice kept spreading, and soon it was heard in the great hall. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Qin Yang's face flickered as he kept sneering in his heart. "Father," he said while stepping out of the rank, "the pair of grandfather and grandson from the Li family is becoming more and more lawless. What do they think of the palace as? How can they kill the guards and force their way into the palace? This is outrageous. They should be executed." Qin Yu's forehead was wet with cold sweat. He had been waiting for Yunxiao, but he did not expect him to make such a fuss when he finally got here. There were many people waiting for them in the court too, including Qin Yang and Kong Reni, the descendant of the saint who was eager to teach them a lesson. Now, with the killing of the guards, the strategies he had already thought of to obtain the military deployment order were all rendered useless. Qin Zheng was fuming as he sat on his dragon throne and coughed violently. Send Li Chunyang and Li Yunxiao to the court. Send Li Chunyang and Li Yunxiao to the court. The decree was passed down by the eunuchs. When the guards heard the decree, they all breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. If the king's decree was not passed down and Yunxiao walked straight into the Great Hall, they would have to face capital punishment. But if they stopped him, they would be killed nonetheless. So, the king's decree was equivalent to amnesty for them. Hurriedly, they backed off and let him pass. Halt! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out from ahead. Hundreds of imperial preceptors and scholars kneeling outside the hall glared at Yunxiao and Li Chunyang as they rose to their feet, completely blocking their way. Li Chunyang, Li Yunxiao, you two have committed heinous crimes. Not only did you insult the descendant of Confucius, but also tortured hundreds of scholars. Your sin is inexcusable. Today, outside the great hall of the palace, under the bright blue sky, the two of you will be put to death. The heaven and earth will bear witness of you being punished. You will be put to death. Heaven and earth will bear witness. Hundreds of people shouted angrily at the same time, and for a moment, their aura seemed to have risen significantly. Yunxiao looked up at the sky, but he could only vaguely see a little bit of the righteous energy gathering. Seeing that, he shook his head in disappointment. These imperial preceptors of the Imperial College have read the books of the saint for so many years, but it is all in vain in the end. They are not even as good as those scholars. Such little energy is not worth wasting my effort to absorb. Clang! Without saying anything, he drew the sword of Tai Yin and slashed it down at them. Several shrieks rang out as 5 or 6 men's necks were cut by the sharp blade. Blood spewed out of the wounds like fountains and spilled everywhere. They covered their necks with both hands, but their pupils gradually dilated due to excessive blood loss, and before long, they fell to the ground and died on the spot. All the imperial preceptors sucked in a cold breath and hurriedly spread out to both sides in horror. They never thought that Yunxiao would dare to kill someone outside the Great Hall. The murder had shocked them, and none of them dared to shout again. Yunxiao put away his sword and stood where he was. The indifferent expression on his face made him look like a god of slaughter. The imperial preceptors, on the other hand, were sad and angry, and some even began to weep in low voices. He gave them an indifferent look, then said in an emotionless voice, "The affairs of the court are not for you scholars to meddle in. You are used as pawns by others, and yet you still think you are standing up for benevolence and righteousness. How ridiculous and laughable! Those scholars who came to me the day before yesterday, and you are all pawns. You have done so many things, but they had no influence on the court affairs. And if you continue to do this, you wouldn't even know how you died. Just stay in the Imperial College to teach and research. That's where you're supposed to be." He looked toward the Great Hall as he gave a sneer, and then continued, "Also, if Kong Reni is really a man of righteousness, he shouldn't have let you get in my way outside the throne room and die for him." When he had finished, he followed Li Chunyang into the hall. After hearing what he said, the imperial preceptors seemed to understand something. But when they looked at the bodies of their companions, they were still sad. What happened outside the hall was witnessed by all the courtiers and Qin Zheng. They were in great shock, for they had not expected Yunxiao to be so presumptuous. Kong Reni even got up from the stretcher and cried, "Heavens! Your Majesty! You must uphold justice for this subject. You must put these 2 demons to death." The emperor, Qin Zheng, flew into a rage and bellowed, "How dare you, Li Yunxiao? How could you kill someone right in front of me? Outside the throne room. First you killed the imperial guards, then the imperial preceptors. You are absolutely lawless." Yunxiao walked forward with his head held high. He did not kneel and kowtow to the emperor, but just cupped his hand and said, "Your Majesty, It is because I obey the law that I killed these people. Nonsense. Qin Yang jumped out and said angrily, when you kill someone, you have to pay for it. Since you dare to commit crimes in the palace, that means you have no respect for the law. You must be executed. Yun Xiao turned to look at him and sneered sarcastically. Oh? So, Your Highness also knows about laws. You've gone too far. Let's see how you can get away today. Qin Yang gave a cold snort as he held his head high and put on a superior air. Of course. In that case, said Yun Xiao loudly. Is the Minister of Personnel here? In the rank, the Minister of Personnel, Ban Wenlin, frowned and hesitated for a moment before stepping out. I'm here. What can I do for you, young Master Yun? As the Minister of Personnel, although his position was lower than that of Lan Hong and Li Chunyang, he was also a high-ranking official. But, since he did not take part in the struggle between the two factions and did not want to offend anyone, he politely addressed Yun Xiao as young Master Yun. Yun Xiao cupped his fist and bowed. I don't quite understand a few things, so I hope my lord can give me some advice. Ban Wenlin made a hand gesture and said, I'm all ears, young Master Yun. May I ask what is the punishment of stopping someone from reporting urgent military intelligence according to the law of the state? Yun Xiao asked as he looked at Qin Yang coldly. The minister froze for a moment, then frowned and replied, as the urgent military intelligence is related to state affairs, those who stop it from being reported should be punished by the execution of his or her whole family, according to the law of the state. Everyone looked suddenly enlightened, thinking to themselves that no wonder Yun Xiao kept shouting he had urgent military intelligence to report just now. It seemed that the two guards really died for nothing. Qin Yang was struck dumb, and his face grew very dark. He did not expect Yun Xiao to use such a loophole. Fine. Even if the two guards had committed a capital crime, what about those imperial preceptors outside the hall? He said in a cold voice. You cold-blooded murderer. They are knowledgeable and they hold themselves aloof from the world, devoting themselves to nurturing the younger generations and cultivating countless pillars of the state. Yet, you've killed them without saying a word. Did you also do this out of your respect for the law? You've died a miserable death. Kong Rini started crying at the right time. Yun Xiao gave the two men a cold look and scoffed. Let's put aside the fact that these imperial preceptors have slandered my grandfather and me for now, he said while turning to the Minister of Personnel. My lord, can you tell me what is the punishment for those who slander an important official of the court? Ban Wenlin's frown tightened. He gave Yun Xiao a meaningful look and then said, if it is really slander, the punishment for the offender will be beheading. Qin Yang did not know that there was such a law. These court officials had become accustomed to framing and slandering each other, but they had never thought that those imperial preceptors were actually just low-level officials. With his eyes turned red, Kong Rini bellowed. If the slander is made by common people, then they should obviously be killed. But these imperial preceptors are officials of the state, and what they said is true, not slander at all. Yun Xiao squinted at him and sneered. What they said is true. St. Kong, be careful of what you say or I'll accuse you of slandering me too. I was summoned by His Majesty, but those imperial preceptors stopped me from entering the throne room. Let me ask you, St. Kong, what punishment should be imposed on those who obstruct the execution of imperial edicts? This, Kong Rini was immediately dumbfounded. It was their plan to prevent Li Chunyang and Yun Xiao from meeting the emperor. However, they did not expect the emperor to summon the pair of grandfather and grandson, nor did they expect Yun Xiao to act so ruthlessly. Now, it seemed that those imperial preceptors also died for nothing. Shaking his head slightly, Ban Wenlin said, anyone who obstructs the execution of imperial edicts should be punished by the execution of his or her entire family. Very good, cried Yun Xiao. If my memory serves me right, one of those imperial preceptors is St. Kong's nephew, so his family naturally includes St. Kong. As the leader of Confucianism and the descendant of Confucius, your words and deeds are models for the world to follow. Naturally, you should also know that the law of the state is as harsh as iron, and that the law knows no kindness. Kong Rini began to panic. You, For a moment, he did not know what to say, and then he suddenly had a brainwave. Hastily, he bowed down to Qin Zheng and cried, "Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for me." Many of the courtiers on the side wanted to step out of the rank and say something, but they did not want to offend the Li family. Moreover, when they heard Yun Xiao say, "The law knows no kindness," they had nothing more to say. Such a dispute could be very serious or be dismissed with just a wave of a hand, and it all depended on Yun Xiao's attitude. Of course now, he was about to turn it very serious. Li Chunyang, who was standing behind Yun Xiao, stared at the scene in bewilderment. It never occurred to him that the problem which had given him a great headache could be solved in this way. Is he really my grandson? The Li family had always been a family of military commanders. The war of words had always been their weakness, and they were no match for those pedantic scholars at all. But today, Yun Xiao had not only intruded the palace and killed some people along the way, but also seized the initiative in his hand and forced Kong Rini into a corner with law and morality. Meanwhile, all the courtiers were aghast as well. If Kong Rini's conviction was confirmed, did it not mean that the descendant of the saint would be executed? But if he were not convicted, Yun Xiao would definitely not give up. Now, even the emperor had a headache. Qin Zheng's face was full of anxiety and his eyes were glazed. Compared with the last time Yun Xiao saw him, his spirits were noticeably worse. The main reason was that he was too old and had been addicted to wine and lust. The other reason was that he was too deeply poisoned. Judging from his appearance, he probably would not live much longer. He thought for a moment and then said slowly, "Teacher Kong is the descendant of the saint and also my first teacher. It was his nephew who did this, and he is innocent. For his great contribution to the state, I hereby pardon Teacher Kong. As for his nephew, drag him out of the palace and behead him. Long live your Majesty. Thank you for pardoning me." Kong Rini bowed down in exultation and kowtowed repeatedly. After hearing that he was pardoned, Kong Rini did not care about his nephew but just kept flattering the emperor. This made some courtiers, who thought that he was innocent, begin to resent him. Qin Zheng's decision had taken account of both sides. Kong Rini was pardoned and Yun Xiao was given an explanation. It was considered a very clever decision, and both sides should be satisfied under typical circumstances. However, Yun Xiao was not giving up. "Your Majesty, you can't do this. It is precisely because St. Kong is the model of all the people in the world that we have to enforce the law more strictly. Besides, if a prince violates the law, he must be punished like an ordinary person as well. Is St. Kong more honorable than a prince?" "Li Yun Xiao, you?" Seeing that Yun Xiao was determined to push him to his death, Kong Rini roared furiously. "His Majesty's decision is not something you can question. You clearly don't place His Majesty in your eyes." Yun Xiao looked at him like a fool and sneered. "Of course, I don't place His Majesty in my eyes." His words immediately caused an uproar. Even Li Chunyang opened his mouth wide and did not know what his grandson was going to do. Qin Yu, on the other hand, felt his head begin to hurt. The situation had been good for them, and Yun Xiao had pushed Kong Rini to a tight corner. But why did he suddenly utter such a rebellious remark? Qin Zheng froze for a moment and then flew into a rage. He was about to jump up when he saw Yun Xiao pointing to his own heart and putting on a respectful look. With a voice full of emotion, Yun Xiao said, "His Majesty is to be placed in here. As His Majesty's subjects, we must always keep His Majesty in our hearts and carefully listen to every piece of advice and decree of His Majesty, instead of just mentioning His Majesty like you. What are your intentions? No wonder you dare to disobey His Majesty's imperial edict, because you don't place His Majesty in your heart. Do you think you are more honorable than His Majesty? Or do you think His Majesty is not good enough? Does that mean that you want His Majesty to give you his seat?" Ah! Everyone was stunned again. Before Kong Rini was cleared of the crime of obstructing the imperial edict, he was immediately branded as a rebel by Yun Xiao. Kong Rini felt his head go blank. He was already ill because of anger, and now he was even more furious. Pointing a trembling finger at Yun Xiao, he murmured, You. After shivering for a while, his movements suddenly stopped and his pupils began to dilate. Puke! All of a sudden, he threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood, which was the result of all the depression and anger accumulated in his chest. After finishing the last move, he fell back heavily on the floor with a loud bang, completely showing no sign of life. Kong Reni, the great scholar of the generation, was irritated to death. The whole hall was in shock. Yun Xiao could not help but chuckle. Teacher Kong is truly the descendant of the saint and the great scholar of the generation. He chose death to atone for his fault, which makes him a man who knows about righteousness and shame. Even though he had committed a crime, we should just forgive him since he is dead. I hope your majesty can make a wise verdict. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, all thinking that Yun Xiao was too vicious. Kong Reni was already irritated to death, but he still refused to let him go, and insisted on setting him up with a crime. This boy will seek revenge for even the smallest grievance. I must not provoke him. Qin Zhang coughed violently for a while, before he managed to calm himself down and said, Yun Xiao is right. Now that Teacher Kong is dead, we shall forget whatever that happened. Also, as Teacher Kong is a great scholar of the generation, we need to hold a state funeral for him and let the people mourn. After all, Qin Zhang had been on the throne for a long time, so he knew he did not need to offend the Li family for a dead and worthless person. Therefore, he agreed to Yun Xiao, but at the same time, spoke so vaguely that he did not convict Kong Reni or clear his name. If Kong Reni could hear that, he would probably have come back to life due to anger. Soon, some eunuchs and maids carried Kong Reni's body out and cleaned up the Great Hall. Meanwhile, those imperial preceptors were crying outside, but many of them began to ponder and look at the incident calmly as well after they had listened to Yun Xiao just now. Feeling a little tired from sitting too long, Qin Zhang reclined in his dragon throne and asked, Duke Jinghua Li Yun Xiao, what is the urgent military intelligence that made you kill the guards and rush in here? The grandfather stepped aside to show that he was letting his grandson take charge today. As a result, all the people in the hall immediately fixed their eyes on Yun Xiao. All kinds of complicated thoughts flashed through their minds while Qin Yang's face grew extremely dark. Yun Xiao said in a loud voice, Whitehead Town has fallen and millions of troops from Baijian are besieging Kunjin. Your Majesty, please send troops to the rescue immediately. Qin Zhang listened quietly, but when he found that there was nothing to follow that statement, he was slightly struck dumb. And? Yun Xiao stared at him with wide eyes and said, And? That's it, and now we wait for your Majesty's military deployment order. Ah! Qin Zheng's jaw dropped. Isn't this the intelligence we received a few days ago? So, this is the urgent military intelligence you mentioned. A trace of anger appeared on his face. I knew this long ago. Qin Yang said angrily as well. Li Yun Xiao, how could you kill 2 palace guards and several imperial preceptors for a piece of outdated military intelligence? You will be beheaded for your crime. Yun Xiao gave him a contemptuous look and said disdainfully, Don't keep talking about beheading people here. If you are so great, go to the front line and behead the troops of Baijian. All you know is how to behead your own people. Do you think that will make you someone great? Ha! You? Qin Yang was so angry that he did not know what to say, causing his neck to turn red, but he immediately recalled that Yun Xiao had a shrewd tongue. I better not argue with him. Even Kong Reni was irritated to death by him. If I argue with him, I might be the next one. After figuring this out, he just gave Yun Xiao a sharp look, then closed his mouth and stopped talking. Ah! Yun Xiao looked as if he had suddenly caught the light. I forgot that the Golden Lion Army in Whitehead Town was under your Highness's command, and they had all been beheaded by Baijian's troops. No wonder your Highness can only behead your own people in the capital. His remark completely disregarded Qin Yang's feelings, and it was not only a satire on the prince, but a question on his responsibility that pointed to the crux of the problem. It was the failure of his troops that had led to the current situation. Qin Zhang narrowed his eyes and casually glanced at Qin Yang, seeing which, the prince sucked in a cold breath in his heart. The Golden Lion Army had a history of hundreds of years guarding Whitehead Town, and ahead of them was the Great Python Mountain where demon beasts roamed, a natural barrier that no army of Baijian had ever crossed before. Therefore, what happened this time was somewhat mysterious, and the courtiers had been guessing the truth. As someone who had been an emperor for years, it was impossible for Xinjiang to not be aware that there was something fishy going on. If father knows that I had deliberately let the enemy troops into our territory in order to fight for the throne, I am likely to be deprived of my status as a prince, and even lose all my right to ascend the throne. He broke out in a cold sweat, but then he thought to himself again, well, as long as I don't admit it, no one can find the evidence to accuse me. Kunjin is guarded by General Feilong's flying dragon army of 400,000 men, said Xinjiang in a slow voice. Even if the enemy has 1,000,000 troops, the city is difficult to break through. That's why everyone here, and I think that this call for reinforcement is fake. The real purpose of the enemy is to divert our central army and then march directly south to invade our capital. I see. But if this intelligence is real, Yun Xiao said solemnly, when Baijian breaks Kunjin, it can then send its troops south and take all the 13 main cities of Tianshui. At that time, can your majesty's central army hold off 1,000,000 enemy troops? What he said was exactly what everyone was worried about. For a moment all were silent. With a cold face, Qin Yang winked at a courtier. The man shuddered and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, then stepped out of the rank and said loudly, Li Yunxiao, it is your father who is trapped, so you have deliberately described the situation to be so urgent out of your worry for him. We all can understand that. However, military affairs are a state affair, and we can't make any decision at will. We must take our time to consider our options. The courtier was helpless and very nervous. After witnessing Yun Xiao's aggressiveness, his heart was already filled with fear. But he could not disobey Qin Yang's order, so he had no other choice but to stand out. Clang! The cold sword of Tai Yin jumped out of its sheath, piercing through the air in a beam of cold light and pointing at the courtier's throat. The hall immediately broke out in a commotion as many guards hurriedly clustered around Xinjiang while shouts of, "Protect His Majesty," rang out from here and there. With a sneer, Yun Xiao said, "You treacherous traitor! How could you put the safety of our state at risk? Before the army marches, I'll kill you and offer your blood to the banner." Qin Zheng's face was ablaze with anger as he coughed violently. "Li Yunxiao, how dare you draw your sword in the throne room? What are you trying to do?" "Your Majesty, I came with an urgent military intelligence. As it was too urgent, I've not disarmed myself, so I beg your pardon. Fortunately, I found a traitor today, and I can use my sword to remove this worm from among your Majesty's subjects." As he said that, he slightly pushed the sword forward. Although the tip of the sword had not touched the skin, a stream of cold air penetrated the man's flesh, causing blood to ooze out, which quickly froze and turned dark purple. The courtier's legs were shaking from fear, and in the next moment, he dropped to his knees with a foul stench wafting out of his pants. While shivering, he screamed, "Please save me, Your Majesty! Your Highness! Your Highness!" Qin Yang could no longer hold himself back. Stepping out of the rank, he said, "Father, this Li Yunxiao is toying with the life of an important courtier. He is disturbing the court. Please, Father, I beg you to put him to death." Meanwhile, Li Chunyang's face grew dark and a powerful aura exploded out of him, forming into a mighty pressure and smashing down onto Qin Yang. Weak as he was, the prince could not resist the pressure of a martial king. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked flying away, slamming into the wall with his ribs broken and a mouthful of blood spewing out of his mouth. While fuming, the grandfather said in a cold voice, "Who wants to put my grandson to death? Stand out right now." The sudden attack startled everyone in the hall. No one could believe that Li Chunyang had just beaten the prince in the throne room. The shivering courtier was completely frozen when he saw that his backer was beaten like nobody. "I'm doomed. I've chosen the wrong side." He rolled his eyes, then passed out and fell to the ground. Qin Zheng's pupils constricted, and his eyes flashed with a trace of anger and fear. He could feel that Li Chunyang's aura was stronger than before, which only meant that he had made quite a significant breakthrough in the recent years. Realizing that, the emperor's heart sank. "Your Majesty!" Which is more important, the safety of the state or the life of this useless old fool? Do you still have to hesitate? Yunxiao's face turned cold as he stared at Qin Zhang and said, If your majesty thinks that I'm messing around, then pretend that I've not told you about the urgent military intelligence, and we from the Li family are more than happy to go back to our home and stay out of all this. He glanced at all the courtiers around and gave a sneer. If the throne is taken by someone else, all of these good-for-nothings can still be the new emperor's subjects, enjoying the same titles and wages. But, your majesty, what a bunch of loyal subjects. One with a shrewd tongue, one with mighty strength. The pair of grandfather and grandson rendered all the people in the court speechless, and no one had the courage to stand up against them. Qin Yang struggled out of the crack in the wall. He was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with venomous hatred. But he had learned his lesson, so he did not utter a single word but walked straight back into the rank. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was laughing in his heart. From what he could see, if Qin Zhang refused to send the troops, it was highly possible that the grandfather and the grandson would overthrow the emperor right here in the throne room. Qin Zhang's serious face gradually relaxed, and he said in a voice thick of tiredness, Yunxiao is right. In that case, I hereby decree that Duke Jinghua will be the commander of the rescue mission. He will assemble an army from the Central Army and set out today. Li Chunyang arched his eyebrows and said loudly, Your Majesty, this subject has grown weaker in the recent years and is no longer capable of the important task. In any case, this subject will find a suitable person to be the commander. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Fuck! Judging from his aura, he is likely a martial king already. Is this called being weak? All the courtiers were cursing in their minds. Qin Zhang's face was dark as he snorted coldly and said, Whatever! Meanwhile, Qin Yang glanced at the rank of generals. A few of them, who were loyal to him and the chiefs in charge of the Central Army, nodded at him. Meanwhile, the prince sneered in his heart. Even if you, Li Chunyang, were there personally to assemble the troops, I still can give you an empty shell, let alone now that you are going to assign the task to someone else. Ha! Let's see what you can do now. The exchange of glances between the few men were all seen by Yunxiao. With a sneer, he stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there's one more thing. I hope Your Majesty can lend me the imperial sword, so that when someone does not obey the imperial edict, I can execute them on the spot. That instantly took the color out of the faces of Qin Yang and the few military chiefs, and filled their eyes with astonishment. Yunxiao's unexpected move had thrown them into confusion. With the imperial sword, he could kill them without seeking permission if they disobeyed his orders, and they would die for nothing just like Kong Rini. Qin Zhang paused for a moment, then waved his sleeve and said, The imperial sword is a murderous weapon, and it will be inauspicious to lend it to you. What you all should do is work closely with the Central Army and throw the enemy out of our territory. Don't ever mention the imperial sword again. He knew what Yunxiao's intention was. Therefore, he rejected the request swiftly. Fearing Yunxiao would keep on pestering him, he said hurriedly, I'm tired. The court is dismissed. Upon hearing that, Qin Yang and the group of generals breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they turned to stare resentfully at the pair of grandfather and grandson. Yunxiao kicked the unconscious courtier and woke him, then pulled him up like a chick. When the army marches tomorrow, I'll offer your blood to the banner. The courtier wailed and burst into tears. And when he saw Qin Yang, he quickly cried out, Your Highness, please save me. Qin Yang's face was gloomy. He knew it was impossible for him to save the man from the grandfather and grandson, so he only said, I'll take care of your family. Rest in peace. When he heard that, the courtier rolled his eyes and passed out once again. Your Highness is truly a man of benevolence. Yunxiao burst into laughter. I'll take my leave now. See you all tomorrow at the muster roll platform. Together with Li Chunyang, he turned and walked away while dragging the courtier with him. Qin Yang's face turned extremely dark as the few generals of the Central Army gathered around him, their eyes flickering. At that moment, Qin Yu walked past them and asked with a look of concern, Brother, Are you hurt? I have a few bottles of excellent healing elixir, the quality of which is at the 3rd grade. Why don't I get someone to bring them to you later? With his face growing cold, Qin Yang smiled and said angrily, Don't celebrate too soon. Qin Yu, we don't know yet who will be laughing in the end. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you the best treatment. Oh, Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. With a trace of ridicule in his eyes, he said, It hurts me when you reject my kindness. But never mind, just don't be so reckless next time. Will you? Duke Jinghua is a mighty man, and I'll be very sad if he accidentally kills you. Ha ha! When he finished, he could not help but burst out laughing. He had never been so happy after fighting Qin Yang for so long. The group of courtiers behind him also laughed together as they took their leave. Soon afterward, the great hall was left with only Qin Yang and those loyal to him. After leaving the palace, Qin Yu mounted on a horse and rode toward Yunxiao and Li Chunyang. It took him only a brief while to catch up with them. Then he ordered someone to bring the courtier away and lock him up for tomorrow's ceremony. His face beamed with admiration as he smiled at Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yun, what you've done today has awed the entire court. By the way, Jilan Academy is recruiting students for the army today. Do you want to join me and have a look? Yunxiao considered for a moment, then smiled and said, All right, since the student army will be your highness's most loyal troops in the future, I'll go with you and have a look. Qin Yu was very excited. The formation of a student army suited his needs perfectly. Young as he was, he had little supporters in the court and not many trusted followers, so his priority now was to cultivate a force loyal to him. Those common students who were strong and had no backgrounds were the perfect candidates. Hence, the group changed their course and rode toward Jilan Academy. Although it was a semester break, the academy was still very lively. Every year during summer, the academy would list out some training missions for students to choose from. These missions were not only very intensive, but also came with handsome rewards, which were extremely attractive to students who were mostly poor. Zhong Lishan was well aware of how important this was to Qin Yu, so he had excluded the teachers who were connected to the people in the court from the recruiting process, and only put those with clean backgrounds in charge. Qin Yu had also assigned Bai Mao to oversee the entire exercise. The students became extremely excited when they saw the commander of the state guardians, resulting in a sharp spike in registration. In front of a registration counter, Meng Wu was begging a teacher, Please let my brother sign up. He is also a warrior and has met the conditions of registration. I've told you, only students of the academy can sign up, the teacher said impatiently. And take a look at your brother. His face is pale green and he is so skinny. He is clearly malnourished. How can he fight the enemy? Now back off and don't block the others behind. Malnourished. Meng Bai glared at the teacher and slapped the table with a hand. I eat half a lamb every day. How could you say I'm malnourished? The students around them burst into laughter. How could he eat half a lamb when he is not even taller than half a lamb? The teacher was angry, but then he found it funny as well. I can tell your brother is gifted because he could become a warrior at such a young age, which is rare even in Jilan Academy, he told Meng Wu seriously. Why don't you wait until the semester break is over, then bring him to sign up for the academy? Meng Wu looked resigned while Meng Bai shouted angrily, You just wouldn't let me sign up, would you? Fine. I'll ask my master to help. Master sure can help me. While smiling, the teacher asked, Oh, you have a master? Well, unless your master is the dean, he can't do anything even if he's here. Now tell me, who is your master? All of a sudden, a calm voice rang out behind him. I'm his master. Everyone turned to where the voice had come and each of them looked surprised. Li Chunyang and Prince Qin Yu were not known to many, but Yunxiao and Bai Mao were already famous among students. What? Li Yunxiao is his master. He can't be serious, can he? That Li Yunxiao had just become a warrior himself not long ago. It's hard to say. Li Yunxiao is quite strong. Have you forgotten that he is the one who had defeated Lan Xian with one move? Strong? Ha! That's because his family is rich and powerful, so he can access plenty of resources and advance martial techniques. If I were the young master of the Li family, I would have long become a martial lord. You're just jealous. For me, being rich and powerful is part of a man's strength. Don't let him hear what you said, or you'll have to pay a serious price. As soon as Meng Bai saw Yunxiao, he ran over happily and cried out, Master, I knew you will show up when I need you. This old man refuses to let me sign up. Meng Wu was happy to see him too, but there was a hint of nervousness on her face. Young Master Yun. She walked up to him and greeted in a low voice. Li Chunyang said in amazement, You have taken in a disciple? He gave Meng Bai a few glances, then immediately exclaimed, This boy is so young, and yet he is already a warrior. Is he even 15 years old? Why is his face so pale and malnourished? He is such an outstanding disciple. You should have fed him more. A boy in his age needs a lot of nutrition to grow his body. Come here, boy, let grandpa give you some money. Go and buy some meat. Meng Bai felt blood rushed up to his face. Who are you, old man? You are very rude, he said angrily. I have plenty of money. And how could you say I'm malnourished? It was then that the teacher in charge of registration came back to senses. Unlike those students, he knew who these people were. Hastily, he ran over and greeted. Rongji offers greeting to Prince Qinyu, Duke Jinghua, and Commander Bai. What? This young man is Prince Qinyu. That old man is Duke Jinghua? The students around them exclaimed while Meng Bai's face turned pale in an instant. Duke Jinghua? Does that mean he is Master's grandfather? But just now Pa! As he stood there in a daze, Yunxiao slapped him in the face and knocked him flying away. How dare you call my grandfather an old man? Lock yourself in the 20-fold gravity chamber for a day and a night. There was a look of surprise in Bai Mao's eyes when she saw Meng Bai. Rongji, let the boy sign up. Understood. Rongji answered immediately. Qinyu smiled as he glanced at the students, whose eyes were filled with awe and respect. Listen up. Those of you who render outstanding performance in this mission can join the State Guardians directly and become my personal guards, regardless of your background. The crowd boiled immediately. They could join the State Guardians and become Prince Qinyu's personal guards. For these poor warriors, such rewards were undoubtedly attractive. Moreover, everyone knew Qinyu was one of the strongest contenders for the throne, and if he were to ascend the throne in the future, his personal guards would become the emperor's trusted followers. Teacher Rong, I want to sign up. Hey, don't push. Fuck. Aren't you done yet? Get out of here after you've signed up. It's my turn. Line up, people. Don't push. Fuck. Who is poking at my ass? Don't let me catch you. Pervert. The students poured in frantically to sign up, seeing which, Qinyu and Bai Mao exchanged a look with pleasant smiles in their eyes. Duke Jinghua, young Master Yun, let us wait over there. The list will be out soon, said Bai Mao. I estimate we will have over 2,000 students signing up this time, and the weakest of them would be at least warriors. Qinyu was very excited. He knew that an army of 2,000 warriors could fight against one with 20,000 soldiers or more. After all, warriors were stronger than ordinary soldiers, and it was very possible for one warrior to fight against 100 soldiers. Yunxiao smiled at Meng Wu and said, We'll take a rest over there. Bring Meng Bai to me. Meng Wu blushed when she looked at Yunxiao and her heart raced. She did not know why her hatred for this man, who had intruded her life, had turned into longing. Recently, whenever she was free, her mind would fill with his face. However, when she finally saw him today, she felt blood rush up to her cheeks, and she did not dare to look him straight in the eye. She nodded hurriedly and ran away to look for Meng Bai, who was thrown hundreds of meters away by Yunxiao's slap. Li Chunyang squinted at Meng Wu as he smiled and said, Boy, she's a good girl with those good hips of her. She should have no trouble bearing children for you. Watch your mouth. Yunxiao glared at him. Ah! The grandfather pretended to have understood something. So, another girl has taken your heart? Well, you can still take this one as your concubine. Now tell me, who's that girl? When are you going to bring her to me? Yunxiao showed him a middle finger and snapped, "Stop it!" Before very long, the registration result was out. A total of 2,330 students had signed up. Among them 27 were martial masters, and the rest were all warriors. Qin Yu could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. These students were the future pillars of the state, and now they were all his, which meant he had grasped the future of the state. The martial arts arena was packed with people. Zhong Lishan walked up to the grandstand and made a clarion call, with which the crowd fell silent in an instant. He glanced at the students with sharp eyes, then said in a deep, powerful voice, "You are the most outstanding students of the academy. 60 years ago, it was your seniors who had formed the first student army, fought the rebels, and saved Tianshui from peril. Now, with the enemy troops besieging Kunjin, our state is facing imminent danger once again. Therefore, I have learned from our seniors and gathered you here, so we can contribute to the state. Contribute to the state." All the students were high in spirits, with ardor and zeal coursing through their blood. Zhong Lishan raised a hand to quiet down the crowd. "The campaign will be presided over by Prince Qin Yu, and after this is over, His Highness will lead you to a brighter future." The arena immediately burst into loud applause, and all eyes shone with enthusiasm. The prospect of becoming the prince's trusted followers had given them hope for the future. The dean turned to look at Qin Yu, but his pupils suddenly constricted and his eyes stopped at Li Chunyang. He was utterly shocked. Li Chunyang returned his glance with a big smile, which confirmed his suspicion. The old man had broken through and become a martial king. He was happy, though. For many years after Xiao Qingwang was wounded, there had been not an opponent whom he could fight with all his might. Li Chunyang's calm expression immediately stirred him up. He slightly narrowed his eyes and released his aura, which formed into a powerful pressure and soared into the air like a dragon, sweeping out menacingly. With a cold snort, Li Chunyang put his palms together. Suddenly, his aura compacted into an arc and slashed out through the air. Sharp cutting noises spread in all directions as the arc smashed on the pressure, instantly producing a powerful vortex of force that spun over the arena. Much of the pressure was dragged up into the air, but some still scattered into the surroundings. The students' faces fell as the force pushed at them, and many were knocked off their feet, falling to the ground on their backs. By now, even a fool could tell that some people were fighting in the dark. Shocked from that revelation, everyone glanced around. Meanwhile, Zhong Lishan burst into laughter. "I would like to invite Prince Qin Yu to speak to us." The students were confused by the satisfied look on their dean's face, while Li Chunyang narrowed his eyes and sunk in deep thoughts. Apart from the two men, Yunxiao was the only person who saw what happened. His grandfather had suffered a small defeat in that brief exchange. He smiled and did not take the outcome seriously. Zhong Lishan was a seasoned martial king and had already reached the rank of 4 stars, while his grandfather was only a 1-star martial king. There was quite a gap between them. Qin Yu stepped up the grandstand. An aura of someone who had remained in a superior status for a long time wafted out of him, making all the students beneath hold their breath and focus their attention on him, waiting quietly for him to talk. He smiled and tried his best to calm down, then said in a loud, clear voice, "I have only 4 things to tell you today. First, each student who is signed up will receive 3,000 gold coins. Second, if anyone dies in the battle, his or her family will receive the pension of a grade 5 officer, and those who come back alive will receive another 3,000 gold coins and be promoted to grade 5 officers. Third, those who perform deeds of valor in battle will be incorporated into my personal guards." The students cheered at the top of their lungs when they heard that. As long as they survived the mission, they would each have 6,000 gold coins and be directly promoted into a grade 5 officer after graduating from the academy. And even if they died, their families could receive the pension of a grade 5 officer, which was more than enough for them to live comfortably. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Normally, when a student graduated, he or she would have to start as a grade 7 page in the army, and it would take at least 10 years to be promoted to grade 5, unless the student was already a martial master, which gave him or her the right to directly join the state guardians. As for the third point, that those who performed deeds of valor in battle would be incorporated into the prince's personal guards, It was simply a complete change of one's destiny. After all, if Qin Yu really ascended the throne in the future, they would be the emperor's personal guards, with the status that was not lower than that of the Grade 1 courtiers. When those students who had not signed up heard the lucrative rewards, their eyes immediately grew wide and their hearts were filled with regret. And lastly, I've decided to appoint Li Yunxiao as your commander. He will lead you to fight the enemy, and I want you all to obey his orders. A hush fell over the crowd, and Zhong Lishan frowned slightly. Even Yunxiao was gaping, as Qin Yu's decision came as a surprise to him. Why? You disagree with this? Qin Yu glanced coldly at the crowd, but no one dared to make a sound. Suddenly someone shouted, "Yes, I disagree unless he can defeat me." Then, another voice rang out as well, "Me too." The crowd immediately turned to the two students, and when they saw who the speakers were, they nodded silently. If there were anyone who dared to challenge Yunxiao after he had defeated Lan Xian with one move, that would be the two students who ranked higher than Lan Xian on the minor power chart, Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng. "It's good for young people to be energetic and dare to challenge," said Qin Yu with a smile. "Come out then, young Master Yun. Please don't lose, for that would be a slap in my face." Yunxiao had a bitter smile on his face. It was true that Qin Yu would suffer a blow in dignity if he were to back off now. The prince was in the midst of establishing his authority, and he could not afford to suffer any kind of losses that would impact his effort. With no other choice, Yunxiao walked up to the arena as he glanced at Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng and said indifferently, "Fight me together, both of you." The arena was boiling once again. The top few students in the minor power chart were all idols of many people, and Yunxiao's arrogance angered them. Although he had defeated Lan Xian with one move, most people thought it was largely due to luck. How could he ask both of their idols to fight him together? Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng, on the other hand, looked very angry as well, as if they had been deeply insulted. Of all the people, only Zhong Lishan was shocked. He had been so busy looking at Li Chunyang just now that he had ignored Yunxiao. He's already an 8-stars warrior? I thought he had just become a 1-star warrior not long ago. How did he do that? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He felt it absurd and quickly dismissed the thought that Yunxiao had broken through continuously and become an 8-stars warrior in just slightly over 10 days. However, no matter how he studied Yunxiao with his divine sense, he found that he was truly an 8-stars warrior. His expression immediately turned strange like a duck with its neck squeezed by someone. Yunxiao walked up the arena to where he had defeated Lan Xian with one move. His statue was standing mightily not far away, shining dazzlingly under the bright sunlight. Lin Yu, who was on the left, suddenly jumped up and thrust his spear a few times, then stepped lightly on the tip of the spear and fell back on the ground. His beautiful performance immediately won him a round of loud cheers and applause. With the spear in hand, he said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, you are too arrogant." Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "So what? I have the strength to be arrogant. We'll know if you truly have the strength after this." Lin Yu squatted down a little, then thrust his spear and jumped tens of feet forward, leaving afterimages behind him as the tip of his spear went for Yunxiao's vital spots. He's so fast, and his attack is so powerful. All students were shocked while those in the front rows felt a stab of pain in their ears from the explosive noise caused by the attack. Zhong Lishan's eyes lit up as he said approvingly, "The attack is as powerful as a tiger and a dragon, and there's a faint tiger roar mixed with a dragon screech. Although this Lin Yu is only a 3-stars martial master, he can already perform such a fearsome attack. He's truly gifted." Li Chunyang's pupils constricted. He was worried about his grandson. He knew Yunxiao was strong, but he had never seen the latter fight before. Moreover, Yunxiao's opponent was a 3-stars martial master, and the attack was such a mighty one that perhaps even a 5-stars martial master might not be able to defend against it. Not bad, the dragon and tiger spear technique. In this case, I'll subdue the dragon and tiger today. Yunxiao's pupils shone with a strange light as he took a step and locked himself in a horse stance, then lifted his right fist and casually pushed it out toward the tip of the spear. Meanwhile, he smiled and said, "Watch carefully, Meng Bai. Didn't you keep asking me to teach you the Tiger Knuckle Fist? I'll teach you now. Tiger Knuckle Fist. What? All eyes grew wide in an instant. It was not Yunxiao's choice of Tiger Knuckle Fist that shocked them, but his action of fighting the sharp tip of the spear with his fist. Was he mad? Yes, under the protection of primordial qi, a warrior did not have to be afraid of sharp weapons, but Yunxiao was one realm lower than his opponent. Bam! The fist smashed on the spear tip, causing it to produce the vibrating sound of a mystic weapon. The tyrant body tempering technique cultivated by Yunxiao was the strongest body tempering technique in the world, which had given him a body as strong as a diamond. He stopped the attack. How's that even possible? Everyone was shocked while Zhong Lishan and Li Chunyang had their mouths dropped open. Yes, Master is so strong. Defeat him, Master! Meng Bai shouted excitedly. The Tiger Knuckle Fist performed by Yunxiao was exactly the same as the one he had learned from Uncle Li. But Uncle Li had never dared to fight a spear with bare hands. Lin Yu could not believe what had happened. The force that came from the shaft had broken the skin of his palm and almost knocked the spear out of his hand. Although he did not know how Yunxiao did that, he knew that if he didn't fight with all his might, he would probably never have a chance soon. Unseal! The spear that moves like a tiger and a dragon. The roaring spear of dragon and tiger. As soon as the spear was unsealed, it transformed into numerous shadows and flew up into the air. Shockingly, all the shadows were actually tigers and dragons. While roaring, they swooped down from all directions and enveloped Yunxiao in an instant.